No point in a regular introduction for this one. Eyes up on screen. Keep it there for a bit. There we go. Let me at least give some general background here before we get into this. This is a compilation of calls involving Suzy Doodletones. On May 18th, she was confronted by Chuli in SCC Courthouse, a server made to deal with issues in the SCC. Suzy was taken to task for defending a groomer named George Raccoon in 2021, and allowing him to reintegrate and rebrand in her community under the name Horace Tomes. There's an entire story to how this was found out, because clearly it was missed in 2021 somehow. Chuli will tell you about that eventually. And while we will get to that call, there's one I think that needs to be played first. Suzy left her platform in 2024 at the request of the FCK victims. They requested that she take time away and get therapy. While this wasn't a permanent request, she, for the most part, did so. She only came back to the courthouse in late September of last year and stayed there to help certain situations. After she came back, Chuli was granted a call on the server to reconnect with the community that harmed her, the intention being to answer questions and quell any issues. Chuli chose to stay, and one day in a random hangout call, brought up the issue she took with Suzy's 9-hour Nekokoda video. I'm playing this one first because it's an important piece to demonstrate how Suzy responds when her statements are questioned in a more direct manner. I want you to pay attention to how she reacts to things. Here you go.
Suzy, because nobody wants to look at the nuance in things.
Yeah.
Also, yes.
Can I ask you about a video that you have? Because I've actually been thinking on it more recently, and it's kind of leaving a bad taste in my mouth.
Pardon?
I said I've been thinking on a video that you have recently, and it's been leaving a bad taste in my mouth because I wanted to ask about the Nekokoda video.
Sure.
And I just am curious, how much of that video, because it's like 9.5 hours, how much of that is from when they were underage?
Probably quite a bit. I go over the entire history of Coda.
Okay, I don't think that that's necessary. I don't think we need to document a child's life online for multiple hours.
I mean, I think when it comes to someone who has shown years and years of abusive behavior, I think it is a little important.
Use the stuff from when they were adult.
It's a pattern.
Yes, when they were a child. I don't want to document their life as a child.
The thing is, Chuli, it is a pattern of behavior from the time that they were a child to the time that they were an adult. The point is, the point kind of shows that this is something that Coda has always done. It's kind of something that it requires a lot of context, however, to explain that. So I do wind up having to make it an 9-hour video. It was a lot of context there.
I completely disagree. I think if someone is abusive as an adult, that's good enough. We don't need to drag their childhood into it when they were being abused and groomed and sexually assaulted.
And I kind of have to back up what Chuli said, especially since I do have to point this out. That's what a lot of people against you, Doodle, were saying about you.
What?
And
What
also,
do you mean?
oh, okay, you spell out
Like
this.
they were also using like things that were done to you in your childhood to make you into a bad person, into a manipulative person.
No, the thing is, what people use against me specifically are the fucking stupid goddamn erotic role plays that I did when I was a kid, right? I don't do those anymore. I haven't done those in a decade almost at this point. So that's not stuff that I still do. There's not a pattern of behavior there. With Coda, it was consistently a pattern of behavior where she consistently showed very abusive patterns to other people.
Then use the ones from when they were an adult. It's unfair to get on a child for their behavior when they're underage, especially when they were being abused and groomed and sexually assaulted themselves. And I do just want to say that I did think it was really disgusting how at the end of the video, at the end of that 9.5-hour video, you were like, oh, you did worse than what we did. The worst we did was compare you to your rapist. Like, that is, like, do you hear yourself? I don't think that video needs to be. I don't think that video needs to exist anymore. Because she's not around anymore.
I disagree.
And that video is documenting times from her childhood, and it's downplaying disgusting things that you guys said about the time when she was raped.
I could also add, as somebody that just came back, that Coda now is basically just working on, from what we've seen with from a DM to Lio, she's just working on like trying to be a therapist and stuff. Like, she's just getting education.
And that's fine, but I don't want her to to have gotten away with the years of abuse that she put other people through. Like, yeah, okay, she was a victim, she was a child, I get that. And yeah, when it comes to the comparison, yeah, it wasn't a particularly tasteful comparison. But
Stop
also,
downplaying it.
are we just not? I'm not fucking downplaying it. If you listen, if you let me fucking finish, if you let me explain myself, I was going to say, are we even going to question like why the comparison was made?
Yes.
I gave her an apology directly to her on 2 different occasions. So I'm not sitting here downplaying it, but I'm sitting here saying, are we not going to question why? Because the comparison isn't just to her abuser. The comparison is strictly based around how she was arguing against people being the same way that fucking V did.
Suzy, do you wonder that maybe why she was acting like that is because she was subjected to that behavior?
And was groomed?
People can act like they're abusers. It is not fair to compare them to them, especially when that person sexually assaulted them while they were underage, and then turn around and say, well, it wasn't the most tasteful thing. Suzy, if you did that to me, I would never forgive you. I would let both of us die before I thought of ever moving on from that statement.
I really don't like the implications you guys are putting upon me. I really don't like the fact that you guys are even kind of implying that I did so out of malicious intent.
We're not. We're not
Suzy.
saying that you did it out of malicious intent. We are though saying that it is not good.
You guys literally are.
How am I saying that you have malicious intent? I'm not saying you did something because of X or Y reason.
You are framing it as if I was doing it in malicious intent.
No, I'm fully aware that you are definitely ignorant on the kind of statement that you are making, but I am telling you that I do not like how you, even in this call, continue to downplay it as just distasteful, when in reality, it is abjectly disgusting.
Fine, I'll go fucking private the video or take it down or what the fuck ever. Fine. I don't like what you guys are pushing upon me. You guys are pushing intent upon me, and I don't appreciate that.
Suzy, I'm not trying to push intent on you. I'm just saying what you did and how it makes me uncomfortable, and how I don't think that you're recognizing the severity of some of the words that you said. That has nothing to do with why you said those words or what you thought you were doing when you said those words. It has to do with the actual impact of those actions happening. Because being completely honest, no intent would make comparing a victim to their rapist good. There is no intent that would make that justifiable. You could bring up that they learned a pattern of behavior from that abuser, but to try and condemn them for that is wholly irresponsible, no matter the intent.
I will private it. I will get rid of it from the public viewing.
Thank you.
I just really don't like what you guys are implying.
I'm
We're
not
not
trying
saying
to
you're being
imply
malicious.
anything on
You
you.
might not be trying to imply it, but you have been. This whole time you have been implying things.
No,
about
I
it.
just
And I don't like that
I-
because I didn't do it intentionally to harm her.
I just clarified to you that that is not what I'm doing. I'm being very straightforward with you about what I am saying, what the meaning of what it is, what I care
I
about,
understand.
and what I'm
I
focusing
understand that.
on.
I understand that and I hear that. I just, up to that point, you were kind of implying that I was doing it with the intent to hurt her. I was not. I wanted her to
Dude-
understand that the conversation that we had during that time frame was very akin to how V would argue towards people like that.
I
Yeah,
understand.
It was tactless. It was tasteless, which is not me downplaying it, mind you. I'm trying to. Maybe I don't have the actual full words for it, but yes, I understand. I shouldn't have done that.
No, I know. It's just that I don't feel like tactless or tasteless describes something that is objectively
have the words for-
extremely hurtful. Just say it was disgusting, because that's a good enough word.
Boone, you've been trying to jump in a bit. You wanted to say something?
Doodle, I do want to apologize for it potentially sounding like we were implying something. I don't really understand why you think that, but that was in no way the intent behind. We were not intending to imply that you were acting maliciously in the slightest. I can't speak for Chuli, but it doesn't sound like it from Chuli, and I can say for certain that was not my intent. So, and I honestly don't really understand why you thought that was what we were doing.
Because when you guys came at me about it initially, from the beginning of this conversation, the way you guys came at me about it was it sounded like you guys were saying that I, again, went out of my way to hurt someone. You guys were like, oh, I don't think it's okay for you to do this, when I even agreed to that. I had apologized to her about it because I didn't want to hurt her about it, or because I realized that what I had done was a problem, and I came out with an apology at least twice about it. I might have apologized a third time in the video itself. I don't remember. But the point is I had already given that apology. I had already tried to make things right with Coda about it. And for you guys to sit here and be like, I don't think that was right for you to do that. Yeah, I understand. I agree with that.
I understand.
And-
I understand that you apologized, but you also downplayed it at the end of the video.
To downplay it though.
Okay,
I'm
but
not
you
sitting here
did.
trying to downplay it.
But you did.
Okay, fine. But I'm not trying to.
I
Doodle,
I'm
part
not
of this is, and part of this is about Chuli's, and the thing is, the conversation initiated with Chuli's issue with you bringing up the underage stuff. I understand that your intent with that was to
When it comes to the underage stuff, to be honest with that, I still don't 100% see eye to eye with that, because I do still think it's important to document that behavior as persistent, even from before she was being abused. I think that is important. But
Mike, I both see where you're coming from and see where Chuli's coming from. And for me also, things, Chuli, I think it's. How do I explain this? I would need to rewatch the video because it's been a while.
Well, I just privated it, so.
Well,
Oh,
yeah.
And I think that's for the best. I do thank you for that.
I think it's probably for the best too, but I think it depends on how that documentation came about. For instance, it seems like Chuli, the way you brought it up was that it was and in fact, Doodle, the way you describe it was the pattern of behavior going into their childhood, right?
From the time that they had started, as as Fluffle, like Fluffle YGO, all the way to the time that they were Neko Coda, this pattern of behavior that she showed, this abusive pattern of behavior she showed, from even before she was in the clutches of V, had still persisted all throughout that. This was a pattern that she never grew out of.
And the fact that she never grew out of that...
With or without V's help.
Okay, but the fact that V was a significant part of her childhood...
She was a victim.
Should tell you that the reason why she came out as an adult the way that she did is not entirely her fault. And that going into that pattern of behavior is something that a therapist needs to do, not a YouTuber.
And you can't really say with or without V's help, because V was involved in it. For all we know, like, the fact that she was that way and then ended up still being that way could be because of a regression created by interactions with V. For all we know.
Like I say, her childhood is something for a therapist to go over, not a YouTuber, not for the public to see.
How much of the video goes over stuff that was in her childhood?
Again, probably a good majority of it, because a good majority of the things that she did was in her childhood.
Then that's probably where it becomes a little bit problematic.
I mean, what am I supposed to do? Just let her get away with the years of abuse she did to other people?
You can talk about the things that she did when she was an adult.
And how much of that abuse was caused by the rest of B?
So just let her get away with the abusive things she did to other people then.
Well, Suzy, several other people have made videos about it that didn't go over the childhood part. We know this.
And furthermore, Suzy, the problem is with some of the stuff that Coda did, and I do acknowledge that they did a lot of messed up stuff. How much of that was caused by the likes of V being a big part of her life as a minor? That could have played a part in it.
Not really as much as people think it is, to be honest.
But you don't get to say that for her.
Like, if I could use an outline...
Abusive behaviors from even before she met V.
Yes, and who's to say that he didn't worsen them or encourage her to keep them, or else add anything onto that because of how much she was subjected to him?
I think at the very least it would have been appropriate to condense what was involved in childhood to make it less of the focus than the things that she did as an adult.
It's very invasive and very violating to have your childhood picked apart and documented and criticized when, in all honesty, you didn't really know what was going on at that time of your life.
And again, Doodle, I do have to point this out. This is what people against you do with you. They pick apart and criticize things that you've been open about from your childhood.
And if I could bring up an example myself of how, like, a previous abuser in Ray, like, when we documented her long lists of abuse and all that, well, she herself of also had like many incidents from her childhood there as well, but for the most part we didn't focus on that when we were bringing her abuse to the public.
There's something I also want to add, and it's the fact that even if some of the stuff that they did was before meeting V, I could point out a lot of the stuff that was done was when she was a teenager. A lot of us have done incredibly stupid stuff as a teenager, especially online.
That too.
What's to say
definitely.
that, like, even, because Chuli was just responding, I could bring up this example. The stupid tweet I made in regards to Chuli and what they went through with Thagos. I was an adult when I did that, but that's no excuse for what I did. And I apologized for that because it was terrible. But when I was younger, I did a lot of stupid shit on here as a minor.
Can I add into this conversation? Do you remember when I got screamed at by V? I was stupid. I did do stupid stuff, but do you see me screaming at her for 7 minutes? No.
I'm gonna be so for real. The thing that V yelled at you about was you making an alt account. That's not fair on you.
The point, though, is that a lot of us did incredibly bad or heinous shit when we were younger. But what's to say that she didn't grow out of that if V was not a factor? It's very much likely that Coda would have. We're kind of seeing that now with the likes of that DM Talio, that she's getting help, that she's going to be a therapist, that she's unlearned a lot of this stuff, and that's fantastic.
Also, like, I do want to say one, like, along with that, when her stuff was a teenager, because honestly, as like not adding on to the how we all did stupid stuff as teens, like we all get influenced in the like by the community and our surroundings, physical or digitally, and like back at the time and even still now to extent, like that community that the Coda was hanging around, it was well known for being, you know, fairly confrontational, hostile, and toxicity, which was more or less like treated as. I'm going to 100% say.
But we're clearing that out now.
Yeah, I know, but like when she was in her childhood, when she was entering the community.
Well, okay. Let me. This is going to be. Okay. You're gonna have to follow along with me here on this, right?
Okay.
So, let's bring this back to, right?
Liv.
Sorry.
Liv.
You're right. My bad. I'm still trying to kick that habit, but yeah. So yeah, let's bring this back to Liv then. Are we going to sit here and just not acknowledge like what Liv did to Buggy or to Hypo? Like, should we just never like acknowledge those when that is again another pattern of behavior that followed her into her adulthood?
We don't need to document that like publicly online.
No.
If we do acknowledge it as part of the context, if let's just say I were to make a 9-hour-long video about Liv, I would not make the majority of that video be the things that I would give the context of there being a pattern of behavior, but I would not feel the need to.
Okay, that's enough. First thing we all need to do, because we did get heated, and I'm not blaming anyone, but it's very obvious right now in conversation that Suzy feels caged. Take a minute to breathe. Okay? I do not think it is wrong to bring this topic up or to discuss it or to give opinions and feelings on it. So we have to keep in mind that every single one of us are human and we need to pay attention to how we're responding to things.
I understand. I'm not yelling at anyone. I'm not angry.
I know you're not. But I haven't been able to talk because I was in a location where I literally couldn't. So now I can. So, firstly, I'm going to back the conversation up just a little bit, and I want to reaffirm a couple things here. I know that Suzy's defense mechanism is to do what a lot of us do, whether we want to admit it or not, and talk about what we meant when the point is what we did. I do not think anyone, based on the conversation here, Suzy, was ascribing malice to you. All right? You know I'm on your side on most things here, okay? In terms of like the general consensus of what we discuss, but that's not what they were doing. I know why you feel that way, though. Now, that being said, I have to ask, what was it Neko did when they were younger that they did not also do when they were an adult?
I mean, I guess nothing.
Okay, well here's the thing. If you have, and again, this is all retrospect, and it's something I should have looked into a little further, so I dropped the ball on that too. If that is the case, then it could have focused primarily on what they did when they were an adult, with maybe a footnote about that it was behavior that existed when they were a child. Put in the note about how it may have been exacerbated by terrible people. Say what those terrible people did, make that very clear. But then also go on and talk about, well, here's what I'm doing going forward when it comes to people who have done wrong but aren't monsters. Is I'm going to talk about how to avoid these situations going forward, as opposed to just decrying them. I'm not stupid. I know Nekokoda's done a lot of damage in this community. Heck, he did damage in my household. She did damage in my household. All right, I get it. I'm not going to sit here and downplay anything Koda did. But let's be honest here. In scripture, it says that judgment begins at the house of God, and as such, correction has to begin in our own house too. The way the FCC in general has treated kids as a whole has been pretty bad. I'm not saying that this community created Nekokoda, but I do know that it did very little to actually try to correct the behavior. Because it should not have taken me coming in to shake Neko straight. So I'm not going to downplay what she has done and the people she has hurt. Obviously not. That would be horrible on my end. But we also have to learn to keep a measured response on certain things. And I know part of this is because Nekokoda hurt you. And as such, you're going to feel like any conversation about maybe altering or editing a view on that or the video itself can come off like a personal attack. That is not what anybody here is trying to do. Nobody here hates you, dislikes you, or just is disgusted by you. They just take some issues with things, and we're just talking about it, okay?
All right.
In general, there is a concept that's been thrown around a lot about, perfect victims. There is no such thing at all. And this is somebody who has victimized other people, but is also a victim. And in talking about this video, it also talks about people that Nekokoda has victimized, and we can't decry them either. We can't sit here and say that they need to be quiet about what Nekokoda's done to them because, well, Nekokoda's gone or whatever. It can still be talked about. What they did as a child maybe needs to be talked about in terms of like private discourse as opposed to public. Their public adult behavior does need to be discussed with the hopes that it will not continue. And considering that the one account she was even talking to me on, she nuked a while ago, I don't think she's coming back. The curse of Nekokoda was broken 2 years ago, as you guys call it, where she comes back every Christmas. And she's gone. She's not coming back this time. All right? So, let it breathe. I'm going to mute now because I got to fill popper. So, what I would like to do now is, Suzy, I want you to go ahead and give your thoughts about the video and what Nekokoda has done. And I want you to detail why you feel the way you do. All right?
It's just... Again, Koda had hurt a lot of people. With, like, a lot of... maybe it was under the influence of V. Fine. But, like, a lot of it didn't really involve V at the end of the day. A lot of it was just Koda doing what Koda has always done. Even as far back as the Fluffle thing, she would constantly try to, like, hammer on and like, keep coming back as this, like, annoying sea lion of a person who just did not want to fucking, lose a conversation. And it just got worse as time went on. And yeah, that could be because of V. I understand that. But, like, at some point, we have to acknowledge that this is just a pattern of behavior that Koda herself did. Even going further than that, who's to say that she just never unlearned the behaviors even going into her adult years? At that point, do we still talk about what she did as an adult? Because now we're putting into question how much V influenced her. At that point, do we even talk about Koda at all?
I believe that you can
As
speak.
someone who...
Oh, sorry.
And as someone who was, like, constantly at odds with her, someone she constantly butt heads with, someone who played into as someone who she played into a lot of things that I now, am like, I don't know if I want to say traumatized because it doesn't feel right, but like, the things that V did to me was also influenced with Coda. They both contributed to my harassment. They both contributed to hurting me in ways that I have not even fully healed from. The reason most of my videos wound up being an hour at minimum wound up because of how V treated me. In regards to, like, forgetting to cover this or that. Coda also partook in that, though.
How old was Coda
And I don't think
when she participated
it's
in that?
Coda, yes, they were they were teenage. Both of them were teenagers. But that doesn't change how much it hurts.
I understand that. And if this is...
At what point do we acknowledge that they were kids? At what point do we acknowledge that V was also a teenager?
How old was V?
I don't remember offhand, but I know that they were around the same age as Joni when those two were having fun in chats.
Okay, I can't
They were
really...
around the same age. Their age gap was like maybe 1 or 2.
Okay.
But V still clearly had, groomed Joni. At what point do we acknowledge that?
That V groomed Joni? Sorry, 1 second. I need to take care of something. Okay, I'm back. So I do want to say, there are behaviors, exactly like Kyle is saying, there are behaviors that are understandable as a child that are not understandable as an adult. I understand that a child can do harm as a child to adults. It is something that needs to be handled differently because that child does not really know what's going on. They have a very surface level grasping of the world and of their actions and of the people around them. I don't mean to baby someone beyond belief, but just looking back on my own years, being young in this community, being treated very horribly, picking up behaviors that were self-defense mechanisms for me, and directing them at people who didn't necessarily need those behaviors to be directed at, like my aggression. It needs to be handled with more tact and care than simply documenting it online for everyone to see.
So then we just don't talk about anything that ever happens in anyone's teen years?
I don't think that we need to be publicizing that information for the whole of YouTube to see.
Cool, then I guess I'm not doing that V video.
You can do a V video. There's a lot to talk about.
There was a lot of grooming that
about the V video.
Hold on though. A lot of that was when they were a teenager. A lot of that same grooming behavior was as far back as when they were a teenager. So when do we talk about that?
Teenager is
Where's the
back.
line?
Oh my god. Before this goes into a horrible direction and it gets heated and horrifically off rails, we also need to recognize, Suzy, you are talking to a victim of these. Please.
I understand that, but I'm asking where the line is. Genuinely.
Yes, and you can ask it without screaming and without making sarcastic comments about videos on V. We both know you can do that. Nobody here is taking that tone with you. Take a minute, breathe. Just calm down for just a minute, all right? And we'll pick it back up.
Sorry for getting as emotional as I am, by the way. Just... I don't mean to be shouting and stuff like that. Just been an emotional wreck lately.
I understand.
And of course, this was going to strike a nerve, considering how much Coda had done to me. And I never got an apology either. That's the fun part. I never got a genuine apology.
I know.
I guess that doesn't matter either.
No, it's not that it doesn't matter. There's a lot of people who, I think a lot of people here know. People have treated me monstrously who will never apologize. Not even Avi. Avi did not apologize for doing what he did to me. He apologized to Ellie, I believe. He doesn't care about what he did to me. V doesn't care about what he did to me. Fagos does not care what they did to me. Caden does not care what he did to me. I understand what it's like to be viciously hurt by someone when you could not defend yourself in a way that is very vulnerable and violating. And know that you will never be able to get the closure from the person who did that to you.
That video was my closure. That's the problem.
Then I don't believe that you were looking for closure in a healthy way.
Well, it's because I knew I was never going to get it from Coda. I knew I was never going to get an apology. Coda was never going to ever reflect on the things that she did to me. I mean, what other way was there for me to get closure?
That's something for you to discuss with a therapist. Sometimes what you need to look more for, rather than closure, is for acceptance. Acceptance of the past, rather than trying to resolve it in some way.
I don't understand where the line is drawn, though.
And that's something that can be more discussed in detail at another point. I don't think it's necessarily right now, especially with how you are feeling about this.
This conversation has started. We might as well actually have it.
Okay. But I do want to say just that if we do go forward, I would prefer to not be yelled at or to not have an attitude thrown my way when I'm trying to be
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be doing that to begin with. I'm sorry.
It's okay. The line, I believe if it's private interpersonal things, especially when someone was a child, I do not believe that needs to be discussed at great length. Please mute. I do not believe that needs to be discussed in great detail at lengths publicly for everyone to see. That is a very vulnerable time in someone's life that does not need to be documented by someone who I guess is not professionally, like, it's not a biography, it's someone externally coming in and documenting, especially in a negative light, when there are a million things going on in someone's adolescence that inform their behavior and the adult that they become.
So should I also just private, like, the Sylveon videos too? Because he was 15 when I made those?
I don't necessarily think that's a bad idea.
Well, sure, whatever.
I said please, no attitude.
I'm not, I'm just... I'm not trying to put off an attitude, I'm sorry if I am.
I understand. Just, I guess, be more cognizant of what you're saying.
Okay. So, I'm going to give my thoughts on this after a lot of looking into and hearing a lot of what people who have been in these spaces as children have done and seen and all that other stuff. If a child is causing trouble, harassing, stalking, whatever, unless they break certain boundaries, it's best to just shut them out. If you give word to your friends, letting them know, hey, this literal minor is being troublesome, that's fine. I don't think a video needs to be made on that, but if they breach something legal or they become a genuine danger, that does need to be discussed publicly regardless of age, because kids can be just as unhinged as adults can be. We've seen that with people like Sylvia. All right? When it comes to bad behavior from childhood rolling into adulthood, I think that a note about the childhood issue is good, but I do not think that it needs to be detailed band for band. I don't think that's necessary. I think you can give all the context you need without going into what they did every single year as a child.
I agree.
As far as people like V Omega go, I know that V harassed you. I know they were cruel. I know they were unrelenting. I get that, and there's definitely trauma there you can talk about. But V's behavior in being a vocal dickhead did not have anything to do with his predatory behavior. So, if talking about V, yes, make a note about how he behaved when he was under 18 in terms of him being an absolute dickhead. Make a note. You don't have to go into detail about it, because frankly, again, the problem I've had in both FCC and ACC spaces when it comes to talking about actual horrible actions, it always gets front loaded with the dumbest of things. I don't need to know if somebody who tried to diddle a kid is an art thief. It's like, I don't. It's important, yes, especially considering it harms you, to point out that he's a dickhead, but it needs to be on the actual crimes he has committed and the people he did even worse things to. Yes, take a minute and talk about how he affected you, absolutely. But when you are detailing V's behavior, there are lines that are crossed, even if they're a kid. That's a bit different than what Neko Koda did, by a large margin, in my personal opinion. Does any of that make sense?
Mhm.
Does it make sense, or are you just agreeing because you're worried you're going to get fussed at?
I agree.
Okay. Again, nobody here hates you. Nobody here wants to dog you. We're talking about it because it's a conversation that needs to happen. And frankly, well, talking about it via your video is kind of helpful in that sense. I do know it probably feels like people are invalidating what you went through, but that's not what people here are doing. Okay?
Mhm.
It's gonna be okay. Now, personally, I don't see an issue if you were to take another swing in the future at a Neko Koda video, essentially a recall on it. However, right now, best to just not touch it and to let it sit. Okay? Now I'll be right back. You gotta call a customer. I really hope this call hasn't just been quiet the entire time I was gone, because if I'm the main person talking in here, I'm actually gonna become unhinged. Like, no, I'm actually being serious here. It's not something to laugh about. I shouldn't always be the person steering the conversation back to sensibility. I'm kind of tired of always having to be the one to do that.
It's more so, Lyle, that I just had the conversation, and I don't.
Doggone it!
I don't feel like I need to. I don't feel like there's much else I need to say.
Well, you have to forgive me. I'm used to, if I step away, everybody just shuts down until I come back.
No, it's okay. I started the conversation, I had it. You helped with a few areas, but I think it's mostly done. at least on my end.
Yeah, I didn't really think of anything else to add either. That's why I didn't say anything. So I'm like, but I didn't want to like be too quick to talk about something else.
Yeah,
because I didn't.
I was waiting
because
to
that's
see.
heavy shit, and you don't want to just like discard that as
Yeah, I did it
immediately, especially if like there might be more somebody else has to say. So I'm like, okay, when people being quiet, okay, let me just. Now it's appropriate to lighten the mood.
I did see Donnie, and I believe your name is Marwan Kirby Star. But I saw those two on mute, so I figured, okay, maybe they'll have something to say. I don't have anything to say. Sounded like Donnie was trying to say something, but didn't really muster the words.
Donnie, your mic is still on.
I know it is. I know it is. My audio is funky with that. Essentially, I was trying to figure out the words, but then I somehow lost them as soon as I'm actually able to speak out loud.
Alright, while you're trying to gather the words, Suzy did mention Sylveon. Do we want to touch on that or no?
I already did.
Okay.
If everyone
I went and
is...
privated the videos on Sylveon too.
Okay. I don't know V's full history. I was pretty young when I was introduced to him, and it didn't take long for him to get his hands on me. So I don't know his full history. Most of my thoughts when it comes to him has to do with what he did to me when I was underage. I believe that V was 19 in 2018. He's probably from 1999 or 1998.
As when I met V, at the very least, I can confirm he was at least 18. And I met him in, like, spring 2018.
Yeah, he was 19 in March. I actually have his birthday written down. He was born March 26, 1999. He's a little older than Avi.
Meaning he was 19.
He was, I believe, he might have been 18 when I met him. When he got his hands on me, he was 19.
And he joined the CC in, like, November 2017, so that means he would have joined.
No. It was a little bit earlier.
Oh.
I have Skype DMs between he and I. That date back to like maybe very late 2016. Yeah.
So V would have been 6 months. When he started.
Okay.
Yeah, like I said, I didn't know how old he exactly was. I just knew that he was young when he was doing all of the stuff to Joni. Not to say that makes it right, which is kind of what my point was, but that's fair.
He was an adult when he was doing that stuff.
That's fair.
Yeah. If you want, I can send his birth date to you so that you don't forget it.
Doesn't matter.
Okay. If you ever want it, just hit me up.
That call is why Suzy hid all but one of her videos. A severe overreaction. However, the call on the 18th I'm about to play is where the downward spiral happens. This is where Suzy is confronted about defending George, aka Horace. I don't think I need to go into heavy detail as the calls tend to speak for themselves, so please pay attention.
Okay.
Alright, we're good for going.
Suzy, did you know that George, or Horace, whatever the fuck their name is, did you know that Horace had drawn a minor partaking in what they had explicitly stated turned them on?
remember if that was in the doc or not, but it might have been. Probably.
Just so we can make sure we have everything clear, do we have a copy of Suzy's video that can be pulled up right now for reference?
Yeah, there's a couple of links to it in the thread.
Okay, somebody needs to pull it up so we can live stream and take a look at what this is instead of guessing and maybeing things, because that's going to piss off everybody.
All right, because that video goes over Leo's doc. I haven't had time to to look at that video in full. I've been spending time with family, but this is kind of insanely upsetting to me, and I want to know if that was in the original doc.
It
Somebody pull us up
probably
so they can screen share.
Because I
Say
know
what?
that
Probably
Saf,
was.
because I know
Okay.
that Saf and mentioned that he did the same thing to Autumn when she was 16.
Can somebody please grab the video and start streaming it? I can't.
I am
Can somebody
on,
please do that?
I am on my way. I'm on my
Thank
way.
you.
People, I'm working on it.
Do we have a copy of the doc that Suzy was working off of when she made this video?
I can probably find it.
Did you maybe link it in the description?
I think I did.
Then you should be able to go to your video in the description and find it.
On my copy. It's
All right, put it in the chat so somebody can look over it while we go through your video.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know how much I'll be able to input because I'm working on stuff right now and it's like almost 10 o'clock at night, but I'll still be here, okay?
No, I remember this was a video that I did not want to mess up. I even ran it by Ponder.
All right,
So-
Julie, let us know when you're in so we can start.
So if I
Okay.
watch this up this badly,
Suzy,
then
Suzy, stop. Okay,
I'm
I want to
watching.
make something clear real quick. Preemptive stuff like that isn't helping. Just let's go through the data and see what actually has happened before you trip over yourself, okay? Lord.
it is in the doc, by the way. Pause.
Pause.
I looked back over the doc. It does say that says then one day he just hit me up and told me he made a drawing without my knowledge or permission. He had drawn my OC Leo acting out the Del code at Share Trick. This image has been lost due to George removing his accounts, but I have screenshots of him admitting to it.
And okay. So, having watched the end of this video, the takeaway from hearing that a grown adult, mid-20s, drew a picture of a child partaking in an act that he specifically got sexual pleasure from, the takeaway was to say, well, he couldn't have known that was inappropriate because the child did not set the boundary.
When you word it like that, yeah, I fucked up.
Why the fuck was this person allowed to come back?
I made the case for them.
Okay. Yeah, I'm fucking bad. I'm fucking mad at you because guess what? Yeah, I never told V Omega that I was uncomfortable. And I never told Avi that I was uncomfortable either. And I never told Rachel that I was uncomfortable. all three of them knew that what they were doing to me was inappropriate. Now, yes, V Omega and Rachel talked about very sexually explicit things, but they all told me about things that sexually excited them, which George did as well. And also, I want to point out, because it was mentioned that it didn't look like grooming because the things that turned him on were mentioned casually. That's a big thing that Avi did too. He mentioned things casually, and he even made a joke out of his fucking kink, because that is a way of desensitizing that kind of thing to a minor. If you make it more digestible, that makes it easier for you to push it on them, which George absolutely was doing by talking to a child extensively about things that he knew he was getting sexual pleasure from, and then Drew that minor doing after 2 years after when he did that to another minor. And I can't fucking believe that this is the person you guys, and you specifically, Susie, wanted to make a case for, to bring him back into a community that has children in it.
That's fair.
Are his victims still around?
I was one of the people he drew art of, and Saf is also here.
I'm sorry.
Leo is still like around, but he's not in this server.
How did you two feel about this video when it came out?
I let Saf speak on that. I'll let Saf speak on that, because I don't remember on my behalf.
Okay. Am I hearable really quick before I say anything else?
Yes, you can be heard.
Okay. So when the video came out, I remember very specifically, so I know I was a talking point in regards to the video, in regards to how the situation was handled, given mine and more specifically Vivian, Maiden Vivian / Channel Gray's involvement. And for context on that, it is worth noting I am another victim of Vivian in particular, and I was 19 around this time. And so the reason I had reached out to Leo, and the reason this whole thing began, is because I heard that Horace was doing all this, and particularly Horace had drawn that same magic trick of me and Autumn back when we were 16 in a committed monogamous relationship while we were 16 and Horace was 20. And so I wanted to warn Leo, like, hey, this is not okay. You should tell him to stop. And so he did, and then everything derailed, and I will always admit that the situation was mishandled in the way that we acted online in the aftermath. But when the video was released, I did make a case in the comments. I don't know if the comments are archived, and if they are, I would like to know, because I did make a case for myself, talking mainly about how I was basically being spearheaded by Vivian in Vivian's vendetta against Horace, and that I was in my own case a victim of both Horace and Vivian. And in response to that comment, all I got was a bunch of clown emojis and clowning comments in my direction from people like Avi and others within the community. Because again, and it's worth noting for me. It's worth noting for me. Leo and I have always been close. We are especially close now. And I won't speak entirely for him. That's not my place. It's not my place at all, but he is still, to this day, extremely traumatized by this. It did chase him off the internet for a long time. He was only in private spaces. He did not go on Twitter, not on YouTube, not on anything, any public forum where he could be found, particularly by people within the SCC.
And Leo is the alleged rumor, yes?
Yeah, Leo is the alleged. It was the one who had come out about, who came with the document in 2018 about, or 2019 about Horace.
Okay, it's Horace is the abuser. Okay. Well,
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
sure my-
Horace/George is the name
Yes.
of the person.
Thank you. Is George still around?
Yes.
Yes. They just
Cool.
joined the courthouse just now because of an anxiety flare-up.
Love that. Love a public execution. Don't you, Julie? I love this.
Well,
Um,
we kicked him out for the
they
time
kicked
being,
him.
but we can bring him back in. I don't know when, because I'm honestly still processing all of this again.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Suzy?
Wait, before, just because, like, I don't want this to head in this direction like it did with Caden. If you are going to talk to Horace, don't do it here because there are children in the server.
Yes.
Suzy,
Yeah.
did you talk to Leo or Saf?
By that point, neither really wanted anything to do with me. I think I was blocked from both of them. Memory's a bit hazy on that, though.
I can confirm. The reason that Leo and I had you blocked at the time is because when Vivian had posted the document about George and all the inside aftermath of everyone acting the way they did, you did make some tweets bringing the allegations into question.
Yeah. And then I got promptly skewered for it at the time.
Yes.
I remember that.
Not promptly enough, in my opinion, because what the fuck was that video?
And it
You
was
didn't-
something I...
What in the world made you decide to defend this behavior? That's just bizarre.
I genuinely didn't see it as grooming. I mean... I
What did you
understand
think
that
grooming? What do you think grooming was at the time?
Well, as Ephraim said, I thought it was more like a targeted and more directly, like
Okay.
explicitly try.
If you are specifically drawing people individually in the fetish content that you consume, and those people are children, that doesn't read as targeted to you.
Didn't at the time.
Okay.
If you haven't, if you haven't yet, Julie, I'm going to ask you to check DMs real quick.
Okay.
I guess my only question.
Yeah, we do.
Suzy-
We do need to do that. Did you look at your comments?
Since the video, yeah. I did.
Did you see Saf getting dogged on?
Maybe at one point.
Okay, I'm so done. You released a video, essentially covering for targeted sexual behavior at children, and then allowed one of the victims of that behavior to be publicly lambasted in your comment section. I am so angry with you right now.
And I want to
I'm sorry.
part of, at the time I genuinely I didn't want to be mad at Suzy. It's still hard for me to be. I know at the time when this video came out, I was still around Rachel. I was still being in that situation. I can understand, yeah, people didn't want to hear from me. But
That's
at the
not
same
fair.
time, they knew it was common knowledge at this point that I had experienced that behavior from George, but also this was post me coming out about Vivian the first time, because remember, I've come out
Yeah.
about her twice
Yeah, we both did. We both came out about Vivian at that same time. We came out about Vivian in 2020.
Yeah, and then I came out again in December of 2022.
Mm-hmm.
So we have someone. Okay, this is just another example of the community treating victims like they're not fucking people.
Yep.
Because someone came out about being drawn sexually. It doesn't matter if it's sexually in the generic sense. It was drawn in a way that got the fucking person who drew it off. And that person was dogged on, despite having also come forward about the other person and saying that they were spearheaded by the other person who victimized them. And we as in the community at the time, because I never actually watched this stuff happen. I just heard of it, of course, by Avi, who said that it wasn't bad because he was doing the same thing to me.
Oh, this is that guy.
Yes, this is the situation that Avi used to say, this can't be bad because it's what I'm doing to you.
Fucking Christ.
I do want to have this known, real quick. I mentioned this in courthouse earlier, but I mentioned that I denounced calling George a groomer, and I apologized for him for saying that. But I'm realizing now this, because I did speak a little bit with staff before I joined this call. I'm definitely thinking this is definitely an overcorrection on my end, because I think that's just the habit I've grown to have when I rejoined the community. I know that I wronged people. I tried to right those wrongs, but I didn't recognize that I was still hurt.
Same.
I'm sorry, guys.
This has happened too many times.
Suzy, I'm going to ask you right now to be quiet.
All right.
Because I'm not exactly happy right now either. The best thing you can do right now is be quiet and let us discuss this. We know you've screwed up. We know what you've done. A billion apologies aren't going to change it. Please be quiet right now.
This has happened too many times, where victims are treated like shit, made to feel guilty for the things that the people who have abused them have gone through, felt the need to overcorrect and in fact dismiss their previous claims or dismiss claims made about sexual fucking degeneracy, to put it in the way I fucking want to right now.
I get it.
Because this exact thing happened to me. I came out and everyone immediately looked at, oh, Chuli's doing, but Chuli was doing this. Chuli, despite being a 16-year-old, Chuli did this and this and this to Fagos. So actually, I think Fagos is the victim here. And then tried to push that narrative against me publicly. And this is so fucking sinister. Why is every victim that comes forward in this God-forsaken community made to feel like they are the problem?
Because this community has had a bad habit of taking negative emotions and saying, well, we don't want that, so you're bad for saying things about things that make us uncomfortable.
And
I simply cannot accept the thing of, I didn't think this was targeted behavior. I cannot accept that, because if I did, I would be accepting irresponsible actions to a pretty, I would consider, unforgivable degree. And I'm even more infuriated. I'm so sorry, Saf, that I keep talking.
No, you're okay.
am even more infuriated that to this day, victims, children who had kink art drawn of them, to this day have been made to feel like they shouldn't be mad about that. I'm furious. I am, because I've sat on this and I've known of this situation, like I said, for years, and everyone always told me, oh, George got done wrong. George got done dirty. You know, it wasn't like how it was painted. And now I'm hearing that it is exactly how it was painted, and the people who dealt with it were made to essentially apologize on behalf of other victims' actions. I am angry to a degree I cannot begin to describe right now.
Yeah. And what really bothers me here is it was a screw up by honestly anybody other than Suzy. Maybe an argument can be Suzy. You spent time in fetish groups because you were fascinated by the concept. How did you not know better?
Because admittedly, George's kink is quite weird, and I didn't think it was very, because it's not like if he didn't call it a kink, it would be entirely harmless. And as I've talked to you about in the past, Lio, I have a very weird perspective on fetishes, on fetishes and kinks in general. I don't think they necessarily have to be sexual. We've had this conversation
Oh, go ahead.
before.
We have, but he's made it pretty clear it was. Based on just a little bit I know. Hold on, I gotta listen to something.
I was gonna say, Suzy, as much as it is like, yeah, it's by all accounts not a typical kink. Take out all of the type of discussion he had, and you could apply that exact same sentiment to Avi. Because by all accounts, that's not a quote-unquote typical kink. It's just the way, it's how you go about it that matters.
I didn't know what we know of Avi now.
Well, yeah, I know that. What I'm saying is, like, when you connect the dots of these two situations, it becomes clear it was a lot of just... it just becomes clear a lot was wrong.
I understand that now. At the time, I didn't.
I guess my only question I really have, Suzy, and I'm not saying this to be mad. I can't really find it in me to be mad at you. As far as we know, there are 3 people in particular that Horace had done this art with, and all 3 of them at the time of the art being done were 16. It was me, Autumn, and Leo. Was there not a correlation there?
On my mind, no, but when you lay it out like that, yeah, I see it now.
I don't think I can talk to you right now, Suzy. I'm so unbelievably angry with you. And I'm angry at every other adult that saw that and thought it was okay. And I'm angry that no one until now decided to look back at it again. And it makes me feel fucking sick that this guy drew fan art for me just a couple days ago. Knowing that Avi used what he did to Leo and to Autumn and to Saf to justify what he was doing to me.
Sorry.
Can I'm looking at what Hidden's asking in chat.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
How?
I said that Hidden could speak. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Hidden,
Yeah.
if you're go
Hi.
ahead.
Yeah. If I may,
No.
because I'm
Hold
more.
on. Hold on. Let Hidden speak first. They've been waiting.
Because there's a few things we need to address, because I asked a few questions that I think are important for clarification, because one, apparently Horace has been in the sphere here from 2010 to 2019, and then there was a break until 2021, and they've been here to the present day. And that means he was allowed to come back after this situation happened, and everyone who knew this person just accepted that they were here now. And now I have to ask, how many of you who are currently here knew what happened and decided it was a non-issue? Because I will not let you sit here and get out with this performative anger at what Suzy did when some of y'all had this person in your community and did nothing. So I need to know how many of you knew actually what happened, what he was accused of, and decided it was a non-issue.
Okay, hold on. I want to ask, because backing off of what Hidden said, how many of y'all didn't ever read either Leo's doc or Horace's doc, and yet just watched Suzy's video and took everything at face value? Who just... Because, again, like, between Leo's story basically being thrown to the side, and then also mine and Autumn's, and, like, me and Autumn were basically made to, like, be like, okay, well, what happened wasn't all as bad as we thought. Were there people who just knew about what happened but didn't ever actually look into it and just said, okay, George being here is okay?
Yes, thank you. That was my next point, where it was like, this video came out in 2021. So it's been a hot minute. So now I have to ask how many of you saw this video and decided not to look into the allegations and just take Suzy at face value. So
Stardust
we
is
don't...
one of them.
Fantastic. So we don't get into like the explanation where you guys all try to excuse yourselves. If you knew, I need you to put that in the chat. Just say, I knew and I ignored it. I don't want excuses, I don't want explanation, I just want I knew, or you don't say anything, because that's kind of important.
Okay, we have a few people who watched the video but did not look into it. From the sounds of it, the people who watched the video but did not look further into things was Donnie, Sarah Dust, Zenny, and Mr. A.
Donnie also mentioned in chat earlier that he was also spoken to sexually for George when he was a minor.
That's actually what I was gonna try and speak on, just because I
Oh
asked if it's okay to
my god! I'm not angry at you, Donnie. Sorry, that anger was not directed at you.
Okay, so from what I can see in the side chat, most people seem to have seen the video but then didn't look into the situation. Why? Like, oh my fucking god, why? Y'all saw a video where somebody was accused of, you know, grooming shit, with screenshots, mind you, that your eyes could have read. Like, I'm just putting that out there. Your eyes could have read the screenshots on screen. And you decided, instead of using my brain, I'm just gonna believe Suzy and be like, oh yeah, sure, this is... Oh, fantastic, please do.
I can tell you why. It's the same problem they've been having for years now. And it's part of an overarching argument or overarching issue. They always put the heaviest things on a single person and go literally what they do. They did it to Suzy, they've done it to Ponder, and then they did it to me. This is what they do. Because it's an unpleasant thing to deal with. So they wait till the biggest voice in the room talks about it and just literally go with that instead of looking into it. And look, to a point, part of that I could understand if we were talking about, oh, I don't know, I'll keep using the same example I always do, freaking Pokemon. If somebody has a take on Pokemon, you just listen to them because, well, they're the big voice and I don't really care. That's one thing. This is pretty egregious, guys. And I'm on my medication and I'm still pretty doggone pissed. I'm just not showing it as much as Julie is.
Also,
I think what this comes down to is, it's something I talked to Chuli about before, does it only matter if the victim of a situation is a quote-unquote perfect victim? Because do you guys just not care otherwise? Because unrelated, Where were a lot of people when I was being dogged on for the comment I made in Susie's video? Where were a lot of the people that were congratulating Horace into getting back into the community? Where were they when I came out about Vivian? Was it because I wasn't a perfect victim? Oh, sorry, I was around Rachel. I'm not a perfect victim. I know this. A perfect victim doesn't exist, guys.
I'm
It
asking
doesn't give you the
right
right to
now,
ignore and dog on y'all.
because Cal just asked. I remember vaguely hearing this last year when Lyle passed me the call. In the call where Liv was confronted, which one of you stepped up to defend Horace? Which of you did that? If you're in this call, you better fucking unmute and say that was you.
I don't know if that person is in here right now.
I'm not sure.
Fine. I'm going to go on my doggone PC, and I'm going to look up the name Horace in that call. And if that person is in this call, I'm going to become unglued. So if you are the person in that call who is just having the rattly knees right now, I better find it that you find some strength here.
This is a lot for me to process. Oh my
Also,
God.
Hidden, to answer your
I might
question.
have been a part of that.
You were also talked to sexually at the time, Donnie.
You were
Yeah.
you were victimized by
You were victimized.
Horace. You're not included in this.
But I still apologize to him.
I
Well, you
also
didn't-
apologize to
you
him,
also
Donnie.
You were manipulated.
Donnie.
You guys were fucking gaslit by this stupid ass community into apologizing to someone who was inappropriate with you as a child, and I'm gonna get emotional because I fucking hate that this happens so many times. And you know what, Susie, you're already gone off of line. It needs to stay that way.
Okay. I understand.
I want to answer Hidden's question. I wouldn't say more specifically congratulate. It's the fact that when
Some of y'all were adults. Some of y'all, as adults, watched that video and said, well, I can see this person being sexual with a minor. Admittedly so, but Susie said it's not grooming, so we should let them back in. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like disrespectfully, frankly, what the fuck is wrong with you?
And the biggest thing about that is something I've always had an issue with, even after, I apologized to Horace, is when this all happened, who here actually thought to think about how Leo felt about everything? We all just slapped these labels onto Leo of, oh, he was actually being groomed by Vivian, without confirming it with him, and then just rolling along with it without even considering how he feels about his situation being brought back to light. Without his knowledge, he didn't know about any of this until Susie made her video. Leo was basically, like, he ran off of Twitter because he was so afraid of having to go through all of this again.
One moment. Sorry. Julie, I need you to check these.
Okay.
That's just my only question, is who here genuinely thought about Leo?
Okay, Lio, is that the only person that listening to the call you can hear is defending?
That's the one person who asked if Jomer still believed that this individual was the groomer.
Oh,
okay.
You're talking about me.
All right.
I assume you're talking about me.
Through the rest of the transcript, and that seems to be the only person. Yes.
Yeah, that was me.
Okay.
And that's why I took the DMs, because I'm not about to yell at you for it. So.
I appreciate that.
We're not.
Thank you.
I'm not mad at you for that in the slightest.
I
Tomorrow, I'm going to get home, and I'm going to double check, and I'm gonna comb through. Is that call and yeah, I'm gonna check to make sure that no one else was.
Please do. I'll probably listen to it myself since work and all that. I'm sure Julie and I will have a greater in-depth discussion about what he's done. I'm not happy. I'm not happy at all. I'm not upset with the people who were essentially told to sit down and shut up over this. Obviously, I'm not angry with you guys, so be aware of that. You're not going to have me in my DM or you're not going to have me in your DM yelling at you. But I am disheartened. I am very upset. And I, at this point, think this community needs to essentially have an anonymous Dropbox where we figure out the damage that's been done here, because it is pretty doggone egregious. And I'm kind of sick of it, frankly, because this isn't the first, second, or third time this has happened.
Mm-hmm.
But right now, I think it's more beneficial for the community as a whole right now to, and if Julie feels otherwise, I'm sure she will tell me, and that is fine. I think right now, this specific aspect of the conversation needs to be tabled, because we kind of have a monster that needs to be dealt with right now.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
Same.
And it will give people time to process their feelings, because 6 years of being quiet about it, I'm sure, is not helpful.
Just yeah, this has taken. God.
It's something I've thought about for a bit, but obviously, like, given how everyone discussed Horace, I basically just kept it in the back of my head, basically.
This shouldn't have shaken me up so much. It's shaken
No,
me up.
it should have. It definitely should have.
You're being shaken up for this.
Autumn, listen to me. We talked about this earlier. You talked about how you have the patience of a fucking saint. You need to let yourself feel these things out, though.
I'm so sad.
It's a mix of it's opening that old wound, but given our circumstances at the time, I know it's opening a lot of other ones too. So, if anyone's gonna talk to you about it, it's me.
All right, here's the thing also that I want to get back to before we forget about it.
Mm-hmm.
I believe if you unlist a privated video, the comments do reappear. Suzy, I need you to unlist that video, and either you or whoever wants to that was directly affected, be it Saf or Autumn or me, whoever, is going to go and find the comment where she was dogged on.
Of course, I can look for it if you have the link.
I can do that. It's that I can do it.
I can't even describe what I'm feeling right now.
Mm-hmm.
You've basically been taught not to for 6 years.
I'm more so just upset for Autumn and Leo right now. Listen, I've had my time to think about this all on my own, because that's basically all I could do. I just feel for these two right now, and listen, I'm gonna have to talk to Leo about this, and that sucks.
That's gonna be so hard. I'm so sorry.
Tell Leo that I'm okay to talk to him, and if Lyle wants to be there as well, then
Of course, I'll talk to our mutual friend, and we'll talk to him together. But
okay,
just anyone in this call can tell you I'm extremely protective of Leo. So, oh boy,
I can't even count on 2 hands how many kids have been victimized in this community when the community just treated them like shit. Why is that something I can't do?
And just real quick, for anybody who doesn't want to go through their own DMs and relive the situation, if you give me the exports and you want to trust me with this, I'll do it for you. Like, I'm not gonna force you to go back through that. But if, we're collecting shit, I'm offering myself to help, because I don't want people to, hurt themselves over this.
Oh, there's the DM, there's the message, the comment that you left.
Oh yeah, there it is.
Sorry.
So it's,
oh my god.
The people who replied were Musha under 2 accounts, Livy, Lorenzo, and a last person I do not recognize. They're at
You
his phone
guys
of road.
let
I don't know who that is.
You let a child publicly participate in the dogging of a victim?
Because how old was Livy in 2021?
She had to be
Probably about
around
15.
16, yeah.
16.
15 or 16.
She
Fucking
was 16.
Christ.
She had
Yeah,
just
she
turned
was
16. Yeah.
I do remember that.
God.
Man.
Well, this is the same person that they let operate in the Chuli thread in Cloud Palace, so I'm not surprised.
Not even the Chuli thread, the fucking Phagos thread. Oh my.
That's right. I kind of consider those all one and the same, considering the behavior, and my apologies.
No, it's fine. Oh my god.
Why is everybody saying man?
It was a
Because they're
fucking
they're dogging on me. They're
trying to
basically going after me for explaining my involvement in a situation, and more so how I was in everything. Not
What that
only
is
my friend from grooming, but also I was being spearheaded by my groomer.
Let's those comments, that man, it's a dismissal is what it is. It's
Yeah.
the same as saying I ain't reading all that, or oh sorry that happened to you, or I'm happy for you though.
Yeah.
It's a dismissal.
I want to call it just a dismissal, but you also have to have the context that this was 2021. This was when I was still around Rachel, and everyone knew I was still around Rachel, so I was basically being dogged for not just my involvement in the situation, but also the fact that I was still around Rachel. Given what happened to me with Rachel,
it is so crystal clear why you all treated me like shit when I came forward about being abused, because this was obviously your guys' MO.
This is a side note, but before I forget, I think this should stay within this room for now, because I don't want Horace to catch wind of this and start deleting shit, or anything of the sort.
Horace already has.
He already has deleted.
he's been
Horace
coming
already
in and out of servers.
They've already left this one.
I mean, fair enough, but I'm talking about like DM messages and everything, because I'm worried if people go out and tweet about this, he's just gonna do more. And
well, okay. No, listen, like somehow Horace already was told about that we were talking about him in here, and he already messaged Autumn. I don't know who told them.
All right, Chen, who the fuck told
you
them?
guys, you guys fucked up so bad that Horace, to this day, was allowed to be in contact with one of the people he victimized, and he messaged Autumn, freaking out about everything, and saying that his anxiety is flaring.
Okay, so who told him? Who told him?
It was Lunatic within the Cloud Lounge.
Why the fuck was he told?
He's in this server.
Yeah, it was in the server.
Wait, hold on. I'm reading the messages. Like, Lunatic's message is after Horace's thing about not hearing about it.
Yeah, this is like a while back, like a few hours after we started talking about it.
Yeah, like Horace talked about how he already heard. Oh wait, no, never mind. Never mind. Lunatic did inform. The first thing is more about suspicions that of Chuli not reposting or liking fan art that he made of you, and that's when. So Lunatic did inform him. My bad.
Oh my god.
Ooh.
How old is
guilty
Lunatic?
conscience, I think.
Early 20s, I believe.
Wait, how old? Like right now?
Yeah. Also possible Lunatic's not aware of everything that's going on here. He very well may have the same opinion that other people have, that this person was
if I remember correctly,
predator, and that there's no evidence of it. Yada yada yada. So.
if I remember correctly, Lunatic was a kid when I was also a kid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, her birthday is, I think, January 2003.
And to be clear, the discussion of how they found out is kind of superfluous at the moment because I promise you, if we get this clown on a call, he'll tell us. So let's get this clown on a call.
Okay. Okay, yeah. I'm not mad at Lunatic. Lunatic is younger than me, being fed this shit because the children in this community are primed to be abuse apologists. Apologists for their own abuse. Okay.
If I may, I would like to say that he tried to talk to me about it. As far as
People did he DM?
I can send you guys the screenshots. I didn't fucking reply. But
he tried to right now. He tried to DM you.
I can read it. Hey Lucy, just wanted to let you know that I'm already aware of what's going on in courthouse. And then he said, "Has the talk been going well? Because I've been anxious about it."
When did he send
Oh,
this
it's
to
going
you?
somewhere.
That being said, I will gladly post this in here. Give me a moment.
If I may ask a quick question.
No.
Yeah.
So, Suzy, you didn't know about the dogging on staff, did you?
I might have. I probably did. I'm not even. It was probably no. It was definitely a talking point in the Cloud Palace at one point.
Oh, was it now?
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of,
Guess I get to find
speaking
out.
of, yeah, absolutely, Lio. I'm gonna need those exploits. Anything that talked about Horace. And in fact, anywhere where Horace was talking about the shit that he did, because apparently that was a fucking thing that you guys let happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say I do remember Horace would talk about the allegations quite a lot. As I remember him doing it to me when I was 17, Liv when she was also 17. It was pretty commonplace for him to tell the kids in the community that the allegations against them were false. I do remember that. I didn't think of anything at the time until, the knowledge now.
I think there was okay. My memory's really, really bad, okay, but I do vaguely remember it coming up at one point in a conversation in Lizard Wizard when I was 16. And I had only gone off of the memories of the video from when I was I think I was 13 or 14 when I watched it.
Yeah, I know it definitely was mentioned in Lizard Wizard. Absolutely.
No, it was an extremely common thing that Horace would do. I don't know if anybody can corroborate this, but it would be a thing where Horace would start venting, and in the middle of his vent say, maybe Vivian was right about me.
Yep, that's exactly it. I remember that. Yep. I would talk him down. I would talk him down. I remember that.
Wait.
Oh my god.
No. Because I think at one point, okay. I don't know if anyone here was here for it. I remember there was this one time I was in call, and he started doing that, and I was just so confused because I was like, what did Vivian even say? And
Here's the thing, it's actually...
No, that's not true. Because I did not know.
It's actually a bit worse than this. From what I'm seeing in the Cloud Palace, this little weirdo had their own crying to myself room in here. 90% of what they were doing was crying about something.
I just want to say, Autumn, and Seth.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to say I know what this feels like, and I'm so sorry I had to deal with it and just be silent about it. Because nobody wanted to fucking do anything about it, but fucking defend him over it. I'm so sorry.
I just want to ask, y'all were talking about my comment in the Cloud Palace? Did y'all hate me so much for being around Rachel that you dogged me as a victim?
I'm still looking through. I haven't seen that yet. We try staff instead.
Even without that, this just was okay with people. And knowing now what y'all know what Rachel did to me.
Because I was gonna ask, did any of y'all suspect in the Cloud Palace that
me and Amity were abused. Sorry, Saf. Amity, Saf.
No, you're okay. You're okay.
Hey, you guys are throwing a lot at me. I can't keep up with a bunch of questions.
I'm
sorry.
That wasn't towards you, Lio. That was towards the people in the Cloud Palace, because I'm trying to make people go off of memory right now. I know you have the logs. I'll let you take your time with that. I just want the
Same.
people in the Cloud Palace right now, who was in the Cloud Palace, did any of you suspect that we were possibly being abused? Did that ever cross your mind?
You mean by Rachel?
Towards
No.
Rachel, towards Vivian, either of those?
Like, yeah. Did anyone suspect that we were at all victims of... You can't even suspect I was a victim of Vivian. I was openly one.
Avi knew.
Of course Avi knew.
Of course he did.
Avi regularly talked to me that he told me a lot that you two were in a cult with Rachel.
Oh, I was...
Yep, there's the cult comment. Yep.
It really... Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I can't fucking believe this. This is so crazy. Oh my god.
I just... How many times does it have to happen where a victim that you don't perceive it, that you perceive as having also done wrong before is just pushed aside?
Also, Hidden did say this, and I feel like it needs to be an announcement for everyone to be alerted to, that effective immediately, any minor in contact with Horace needs to block him.
I concur.
Mm-hmm.
That needs to be alerted to anyone who knows a minor who could be in contact with Horace. I don't know if Patches is in contact
DM
with
him.
Horace.
I'll DM him.
Thank you.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, possibly also in other servers that Horace shared, there should be an announcement of effective immediately communication is to be seized. Because, no.
Hey, Saf, I need to ask you because, preferably I'd want to ask Ty this, but do you know if Horace actually got into any death battle spaces?
Oh, no.
I know Horace is, like, active in, like, making death battle content, but as far as I know, no, he is not. And if he is, I will ask Ty in the morning. Ty is asleep right now.
Okay, I sent Patches a DM. I will let y'all know when I get a response.
Oh, well, there you go. Horace has left all Discord servers and removed all their Discord friends, according to... Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
like I looked at his profile in like a post of his. It was on no mutual servers, no mutual friends. So yeah, all that's missing is the black screen of nothingness.
I might need to refresh this, but I was actually about to unfriend him on my end. I still see mutual friends on my end.
I just...
Are you kidding me?
This whole...
Yeah.
You guys gaslit Donnie to their face.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. And this is a Cloud Palace log.
Yes, it is.
Oh my fucking god.
The deleted user is Donnie, if I remember correctly. That's Donnie.
I hate you. I hate you. I don't even want you in this fucking call right now. But I don't know if we need you. She dipped.
No, I said Suzy dip. Dip.
I haven't
Oh,
dipped.
leave.
Oh, you want me to dip? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Leave.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Are you fucking kidding me?
So, this log confirms that y'all didn't think of shit when it came to Leo. All you cared about was absolving George of all of these accusations.
Kirby, like Marwan directly is trying to point out the issue with what Suzy is saying, and she just won't let up.
If I didn't know any better, I would genuinely tell every one of you involved to give Leo a fucking apology, but I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that to Leo. Oh my god! Y'all owe Donnie a fucking apology!
No, actually, like, what the fuck, guys?
What is this shit? I'm sorry, I know I'm angry, but
No, you're
this
right.
is
to
how
be
you
angry.
this is how you act about someone caring
You're
about
a victim.
this?
You don't have to apologize for being angry.
Yeah, like, what in the actual fuck?
I'm actually
Y'all said all of this to Donnie, and then later on let Autumn and I into the Cloud Palace. Two of George's victims. You said all of this and still let Autumn and I into the Cloud Palace.
I'm actually sick. I'm actually fucking sick.
So you liked us enough to put us in the group, but you couldn't be bothered to. Okay, all right, guys, all right.
Does everyone just like have to be the perfect fucking victim to just like be taken seriously in any way?
Hold on. The video came out in 2021.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
But the conversation happened 2 years previous?
Yes.
Yes.
So they had 2 years to look into this?
Yes.
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 Oh
Yes,
my
and
God.
Susie, George was still gone. George was still gone when
George
Susie
was
made that
gone
video.
for 2 years. If I remember correctly, Susie said it herself. George was gone for 2 years between when Vivian came out with Leo's doc and when Susie made the video. Susie was still in contact with George in the meantime, though.
Oh yeah, no, Susie never dropped contact with George. Susie was in Cloak and Dagger.
Oh my fucking... I swear, each day passes by, those calls age worse. The fuck?
I'm dumbfounded.
Also,
This is what I stopped talking about these accusations for? This?
I am so fucking sorry, Saf. I am like
no.
Like, how many times am I gonna have to be put down about my accusations? Fucking between this and Rachel's group coming after me for coming out about her?
Oh my god.
Gee, it's no fucking wonder people don't want to come out, you guys. It's no fucking wonder it takes this long. Worst part is, even after, when Horace came back, I was basically made, enemy number 1.
Yeah, there was
alongside
a whole thread
Vivian.
I remember that Horace made at the time. That was, I believe, in tandem with the document. I don't remember what was said, but I remember it existing. And the moment that thread was made, I was blocked. I remember being blocked.
I was made enemy number 1 when that happened. When Horace came back, I had people calling me horrible things, including people taking my, I was poor and I had people on Twitter calling me an e-beggar. For what? Because I came out about what happened to me and I helped my fucking friend do the same? Y'all have had this happened almost 10 years ago with what happened to me in particular. I've never once gotten an apology, whether it be from Horace himself or from anyone else who was involved later on in the years.
because no one wants to take responsibility, not even the adults.
You know, it's crazy the effect that this video had, actually, because speaking from experience, I remember I was actually being groomed both while I was in the community and when I watched that video, and the only thing I could ever remember from it was about how you know, because Leo supposedly didn't set a boundary, that made it not grooming, right? So it made it to a point where every single time somebody would talk in a way that was inappropriate to me, I didn't set a boundary with them, or even if I did set a boundary and I just didn't enforce it well, I would blame myself for it. I would assume that was like, you know, it was just a me problem, and it took me a total of, I think it was like 14. It took me a total of 3 or 4 years to actually unlearn that.
Wait,
to actually like to actually understand that what was going on was grooming. It's so great knowing that.
I need
So
to
great.
ask you. I need to ask you. Was that point, or was that mentality in your head when you were talking to Christian?
Yes, it was in my head.
no.
It was like because I felt uncomfortable, but I didn't feel like I could set a boundary. So I just assumed it was my fault. That what was going on? I just assumed it was partially my fault.
So that's two people that video's mentalities got groomed.
Yeah, it was not
I-
just Vivian. It was Vivian, it was Rachel, and now it's Horace that I've come to relearn.
Same. Exact same.
This is like, oh my god. This is like if Cinny Bear just got to come back.
Because, like, Vivian and Rachel also absolutely had a grudge against Horace. Absolutely. And through the nefarious
So, like, that's something
means-
that's undeniable.
No, yeah, because I remember both Vivian especially had a grudge against Horace, because Horace came from a relatively wealthy family and had a lot of problems that Vivian hated to her gut about. That I remember, and so that definitely was part of it. But I can't deny what Horace did to me, to Saf, and to Leo.
After this call, Julie and I had a private one with Suzy. We surmised that since Suzy has a massive archive of things from the community, it stood to reason that we'd need that before she left. Because, frankly, we didn't want to talk to her afterwards. After initial pushback in that call, she agreed to hand me her channel and therefore the data we'd need. Pushing forward that week, I pulled people into Cloud Palace after demanding that Suzy give me ownership of it and leave. What's been found in there isn't pretty. While a full scouring is still underway, even the surface looks are pretty ugly. We haven't found anything predatory so far, but we've found awful behavior. Behavior that was perpetuated and encouraged by Suzy and everyone in that server. In one such instance, we found that a member by the name of Space Guru 5 had made it a point to discard some grooming victim's testimony simply because the victim was friends with someone he didn't like. I'm including this confrontation call with him because it highlights some of the behavior that happened in that server.
Hello, Guru.
Hi.
Do you know why you're here today?
I just know it was something I said in Cloud Palace.
But you don't know who about or what about.
I haven't really heard any details.
Okay. Have you heard what's gone on with Horace these past couple days?
I've only just found out, like, a few minutes, like, not even, like, as soon as I joined, like, this server. I've only just now been finding out.
Yeah. So, basically, Suzy and good part of the community, I found out a couple days ago, covered for very unabashed predatory behavior, and instead decided to put blame onto the victims of that behavior, a lot of whom just for being part of Rachel's group when this happened. Because when Horace was exposed in 2019, he was exposed for being predatory. He drew children partaking in a kink of his that he said he got sexual gratification from. And Suzy, for whatever stupid fucking reason, decided that it would be a good idea to defend that and instead put blame on Leo for not telling him to stop, even though Leo was a 16-year-old and Horace was 23.
Oh my god.
And then after Horace left, Suzy spent the next 2 years cozying people up to the idea of Horace being, wrongfully accused and that he wasn't a groomer. And that Leo led him on, basically. until he was allowed back into the community. Now, I've been given access to the Cloud Palace recently, and I'm not happy with what I found you saying about that situation. And I do just want to check, how old are you?
I'm 28 now.
28, okay. So in 2021, you would have been 24?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Because when I looked into the Cloud Palace, I found messages from you the day that Suzy's video came out playing apology for Horace's behavior. And I saw basically you pushing all of the blame for what happened onto Amity, known back then as Gwen, who's in this call right now, who was also one of the other people that Horace had victimized, and that was talked about. That was in the original document. And you pushed all the blame onto her.
Yeah, no, that was wrong. I don't know. I was led into just thinking that.
Okay.
I did not know. I really wish I had a better memory for all these things, because that was disgusting of me to say, and somebody should have fucking stopped me, but even then I should have stopped myself. And I'm genuinely sorry that I said anything like that, especially knowing what we know now. That was disgusting and wrong of me.
I don't know. That's kind of the problem that I have, is that it wasn't just what we know now. It was known back then. The actions were known back then. Suzy even shared a document from Horace months before she made her video about the situation, where Horace admits that not only he got sexual gratification from that kink, but that he drew kids partaking in it. And that was noon. And you were old enough to definitely have done your research into the topic. You say things that show you read the original document by Leo, where he talked about Horace drawing him partaking in the kink, and even shows other images from Amity talking about how he drew her and Autumn when they were children partaking in the kink. So you knew that this was happening, but your only interest was, well, Amity was the one manipulating things. And Amity pushed Leo to call him a groomer, despite knowing that Horace was pushing children, or drawing children partaking in his kink, and sharing kink videos with them.
I was led into thinking that it was that Mavity was like.
I don't buy it, and I'm
led in. One moment. Led into thinking by whom?
People that were discussing it at the time. I really don't.
Chief, I don't want
remember.
vague. I am so 100% done with vagary. If you remember this situation well enough to know all the things that transpired, you know enough to name doggone names, and we have the logs. Please do not make this more difficult than it has to be.
Let me see. Julie, if you may, could you also DM me the logs pertaining to Guru again?
Yeah, I have some smaller screenshots on my phone. I would have to go find the screenshots I took on my computer for the bigger ones, but...
Okay, that's fine.
I'll give you the ones from my phone right now.
Because
Now that
my
that-
question...
While they're doing this interlude, Guru, start thinking.
May I ask a question?
Sure, as long as it's on topic.
Oh, okay. So, when the video came out when Suzy defended George Raccoon, I was, friends with, Autumn at the time, and, I decided to defend the victims in the comments. And after reading my comment, I kind of remember all of it, why. It wasn't just because I was defending Autumn, that she wasn't malicious in what she did. It was because I was trying to meet a middle. Because I was trying to get these people to realize what actually happened was grooming. I want to ask, why did people spam me with man and dogged on me?
I
was
the exact
20
same
years
question.
old at the time. I was 20. This was 4 years ago.
I have that exact same question. Because the
Sorry.
same thing happened to me.
Spoiler alert, Guru. You're the one that alerted everyone to Amity commenting on the video. So, try and remember what you said about that.
Because, I was also gaslit. I wasn't a willing participant in being okay with the George Raccoon narrative that he is innocent. I was trying to meet a middle and, get these people to realize, by acting as if he was wronged, but also saying he wronged the victims, I was still dogpiled. They thought so black and white that they couldn't realize, even when I put the definition, even when I said what was done objectively, Suzy's friends dogpiled on me. And I was made fun of. So was Saf. And that sucks. Do you remember anything?
I think this raid document was being made, and I think we were being taken advantage of to poison. We were being poisoned against you guys.
Do you care about taking responsibility at all, or are you just gonna put blame onto every other person in the situation?
And I was gonna say, what would Rin have to do with any of that? Rin was not in Ray's circle. I was in Ray's circle at the
I was
time.
about to say, I was only friends with Autumn. I didn't know anyone else. You guys assume things.
I am willing to take responsibility.
No, you're not. You're not taking responsibility when your first fucking response to everything is, oh, well, I was led astray. Oh, I was poisoned to this. Say that you did the shit that you did and apologize for it without saying, oh, well, it was actually, I was just led astray. You're a fucking 24-year-old. Your frontal lobe would have been done developing in a year. Get it together.
And I personally don't buy it, because if you were being led astray, why were you the first person in the Cloud Palace to go in there and say, and I quote, Gwen commented on Doodle's video and basically downplayed her involvement. No apologies for anything either. And then later on you say, let me grab it, here we go. If everything in that video is to be believed, literally one of their own people, Gwen, put the idea of George being a quote-unquote groomer in Leo's head to begin with. And Gwen went out of her way to silence anyone who wanted to hear George's side. Mind you, first of all, it's so funny how this conversation went in two completely different ways. Because if you guys weren't blaming me for implanting this idea into Leo's head, you were blaming Vivian. Which, by the way, reminder, I was a victim of Vivian as well. So did y'all just not take this into account? Or did you just want to blame me because I was part of Rachel's circle? I was a victim of Horace. I told Leo up front, more than once, hey, George should not be doing this. You really should communicate with him to stop. And in fact, in 2017, I told George to stop because he was doing this with Leo in 2017. Leo would have been 14. And yet, I was open about how George had done this to me and Autumn. And yet, you guys threw my story completely to the side, and instead of reaching out to me or reaching out to Leo, you put the blame on me, and then I put this idea that Leo was not being groomed by George after all. No, he was only strictly being groomed by Vivian. You guys made that decision for a victim without having any communication with a victim. What the fuck is that about? And I don't want to hear, oh, it was Suzy.
You were part of Ray's circle. It was because you were part of Ray's circle.
Okay, so it was because I was part of Ray's circle. Okay. Did any of you even think, oh wow, even if she's in Ray's circle, we have known for years that she is a victim of abuse. This is 2021, Guru. I will let you know, this all happened over a year after I had already come out the first time about Vivian. It was public knowledge that I was a victim of Vivian. And yet, y'all strung this story that I worked with Vivian to oust George.
Yeah.
See, I think Light wants to say something. So, Light, if you have something to say.
Really, this needs to be asked to just about everybody in the Cloud Palace, but you were in the Cloud Palace, so I can just ask you. Did you know there were minors who were friends with Rachel at the time?
You were cutting out. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Okay. So you guys... Actually, no, let me change my line of questioning. You guys knew that Rachel was a serial abuser, correct?
Yes.
Why was your first instinct with the people, especially with Saf, who was a victim of serial abuse, and with people who were minors in that circle, why was you guys' first move to villainize everybody in that circle instead of trying to help them get out?
I think it's because there was just generally a distrust for everybody associated with Ray. And that led to like very clear evidence being just brushed aside.
It's not good enough.
It's really not.
It's not. I know it's not.
So,
because even disregarding, oh, well, the Vivian thing, the community had seen me in the past be a victim of Rachel. People like Heaton and Caden and Scarlet had seen me be a victim of Rachel's abuse. So instead of trying your best to contact me at all, y'all villainized me and blamed my fucking partner's grooming. You blamed that idea being implanted into his head on me. Reminder, when this happened, I was 19 years old. When the George doc came out, I was only 19. I was a victim of George when I was 16. I was still a teenager. Even if you want to get into semantics of, oh, you were over the age of 18, you were an adult. I was still a teenager. And yet, you guys knew already that I was a victim of both Vivian and of Rachel and George. And instead of doing anything, you pinned all of what George did on Vivian and on me. Vivian is a completely different story. She's a serial abuser. But what did a 19-year-old ever do to have that pinned on her?
I think Guru already answered it. You were associated with the wrong group of people who was widely hated. Even the vulnerable people within that circle were treated no worse than the heads of it, which is disgusting, and it's a pattern that this community participated in. In Guru, you definitely were too old and knew too much and were too involved to just, oh, I was led astray. Because, no, you read the original document and your priorities were not, hey, let's actually hear out what these kids say happened to them because of George. Hold on. Instead, it was, oh, let's see how I can pick out the victims being dishonest. You know, there was no want to check if the claims had any validity to them, and you didn't even have to do anything for that. George came out and admitted that he did exactly what Leo and Amity claimed they did. And there's no excuse for that. And I'm honestly at the point of growing tired of asking why, because I kind of honestly don't care about the why anymore, because no why would have made that acceptable. And especially you talking, oh, I was led astray, when you had all the fucking resources in front of you. You know, I'm not really sure that you're interested in, trying to take responsibility for what you did back then, and I'm gonna let someone else speak before I decide what my fucking verdict on that is.
I want to ask a genuine question, because it's important for generally how the community handled everything given with Rachel's circle. Guru, do you know why I came back into the SEC and why people accepted me back? Because you know what Rachel did to me, right?
You might have to remind me.
I was sexually assaulted. It took me that happening to me for anyone to actually give a shit. Because no one ever reached out to me. If someone had reached out, maybe I could have avoided all of that. And it comes to the issue of the community was too focused on hating the circle that you couldn't differentiate genuine aggressors and people who were just caught in the wrong circle who could have gotten out. You mashed them into one conglomerate and you vilified them. And that's not just a you thing. It was the entire Cloud Palace. It was the entire community at the time, because everyone was so focused on getting the raid doc out that you forgot that there could still be other victims, and there were victims of already existing serial abuse, and you lumped them in with her.
Not you specifically, well, yes, you specifically in some regards, but it was most people in the Cloud Palace. You told me they were all enablers.
Yes, I did.
You people all said that the only people from that circle that at any point you could forgive were Ty and Liebers. None of the victims, not Amity, the already known victim of Ray at the time, not Habit, who I'm pretty sure was a kid at the time.
I can confirm, yes. If I may, I just find it very funny. Y'all said the only two people you would be willing to forgive from Rachel's circle were Ty and Liebers. I can tell you for a fact that you don't deserve their forgiveness. Ty is in the other room, and I know for a fact he could tell you that you do not. Given how you treated his fucking wife. So good job, guys. Good job, Cloud Palace.
I'm right here. I can confirm. No, I don't.
Thanks, babe.
No problem.
It just comes down to the way there needs to be some fucking actual thought given when you look at a situation in a cult of personality like that group.
Are you around?
Because you know who else was in that group? Guru, do you know who else was still in Rachel's circle up until the doc was republished? Leo. The person y'all chased off the internet because you couldn't be bothered to actually listen to a victim. Y'all cared more about letting a groomer back into the community because of semantics and George's kink not being quote-unquote inherently sexual. You blamed a child.
I'm sorry, Seth. Just re-hit me with it. They chased Leo? Like, was Leo already there? Or did, like, they chase Leo into Ray's circle?
Basically, Leo was in and out. He was doing his own thing. And then the George video came out. And then in tandem with George's video coming out, Leo wiped his document clean and said something along the lines of, "I'm sorry, I know I messed up." Because everyone was saying Leo was... In public, they were saying Leo was just led astray by Vivian. In private, you guys were blaming Leo. And where else did Leo have to go when one group of people are already saying that he's a liar? Who was going to validate Leo? It was only going to be Rachel. Rachel and us.
Actually, okay. This one's curious to me because this one's maybe a little bit less important, but it is such an annoying double standard that I'm... So, you guys pretty much tribalismed out almost every victim of Ray from the current circle at the time. Told everybody around you guys, including children in the community who weren't around for Rachel, that they were enablers. I didn't know who Saf was until she came back. Like, I knew... I didn't know Saf and, like, Gwen were the same person, and I was always told that Gwen was a willing enabler who knew what they were doing.
I was also under that same umbrella. I was also called a liar.
Yes, you were. I remember. But I know that Donnie was in the circle at the time. So what was the special... Because he was kicked out a lot later than you guys were doing a lot of this shit. Because if I'm remembering my dates right, I joined pretty early 2020, and y'all were saying everything about that at the time. So what made Donnie an exception? Like, do you know?
No.
So from your perspective, did you just pick a name out of a hat and go, that one's a valid victim of Ray?
I think it's because I knew he was a victim of Ray.
But you knew Seth was a victim of Ray.
So hold up. I must jump in here for a second, but hold up. So you knew that was a victim of Ray, but when you were confronted with the very clear evidence of Horace victimizing people Like, this is what gets me so much. It was out there. You watched it on screen if you watched Suzy's video. And you said, nuh-uh, not that one. That's not sexual enough to constitute victim status. But when it came to another thing, that's where you immediately went, oh yeah, that's an actual victim. Like, that's actual victimization. How does that work? If you know it for one person, you know it for the other person.
Double standards, I guess.
Yeah, very clearly,
Actually,
because...
no, not even guess. It was very clearly a double standard, and I think it was... I thought that Saf was still associated with Ray at that time.
Oh, I was. Because I was being manipulated. And again, y'all wouldn't have known this because no one reached out to me.
But also, what does association matter when the evidence is there? Who cares who's associated with who? If there's evidence of grooming, it's grooming. You don't get to magically say, oh, this person didn't get groomed because they're associating with XYZ that I don't like. So therefore, it's not grooming.
Y'all are one step away from saying I wasn't groomed by Vivian because I was associated with Rachel.
Again, you were old enough to know better. You were one of the few people in this situation that was old enough to look at the evidence that was given to you, assess it, and come to the conclusion that yes, this was admitted to and happening sexual misconduct with a child.
And from my own experience, back when we had to expose Vita for being what he is, one of the people who rebelled against that was Jordan. Now, we didn't know at the time they were a victim of Vita, but even when we didn't know that, when we had a minor wanting to engage with somebody we knew was a known predator and knowing full well their parents did not care and would not listen, all we could do was disengage. We couldn't do anything else. But here, I don't see even disengagement. I see active harassment. And on top of that, I see believes some victims. And I guess the little asterisk on the sum has to do with whether or not you like them as a person. Because, said it again before, I'll say it again, this community babies Donnie. I know that they've been wronged in other ways, but it seems to me like you're one of the people who have done it. So, what I have noticed is you people pick and choose who you think is a victim, primarily based on whether or not you like them as a person. Now, I'm not going to sit here and go on a tirade about how disgusting that is. I think you should know by now. But I'm tired of you sitting here quietly instead of giving the actual reasons, because I don't believe for a moment you don't have them. I'm tired of I don't know. I've been putting up with it for over a year now. For everybody and their mother, I'm not putting up with it anymore. You had to have some thought process go through your mind when you were saying and perpetrating these actions, and when you were victimizing these individuals further. I want to know what it is. I don't want any ifs, ands, or buts. I want direct statements. I asked you 30 minutes ago, who perpetuated these things and led you astray, and we are still now, 30 minutes later, you magically can't remember. I recommend you start loosening your tongue, because I'm getting very sick of this, genuinely. And I've been calm this entire time.
Yeah.
That's going to change if you don't knock it off.
I don't
We already know who it is. You're not
Well,
gaining anything by not saying it.
I don't buy that you just thoughtlessly did all this stuff for years.
Again, we know who it is, Guru. You're not covering for anyone. We already know who, quote-unquote, led you astray. You're not gaining anything by not saying it.
Also, Guru, we allegedly share a faith. I recommend you start talking before I go on a tirade in that direction, too.
I really am trying to remember, like, the names. Was it, like... Or not... I misspoke. I'm sorry.
Yeah, don't use that name.
Yeah, I am really
that's
sorry.
my dead name. Don't do that, okay?
I really didn't mean to.
Fine, whatever.
I do know that Yoon poisoned a lot of people against Rin. I'm really trying to remember who poisoned, like, everyone against Ray and everyone involved in her circle.
Okay,
I
I don't
really am
care
trying to remember.
if you were poisoned against Ray. Ray should do what Vivian did. Ray should learn how to time travel and themselves 5 years ago. No one here is asking you who poisoned you against Ray. That is not what is being asked of you.
Who poisoned you against Ray's victims, Ray's circle? I don't give a fuck. Because you know what? Yeah, hating Ray, very, very reasonable. What the fuck did anyone associated with her do? And I can tell you, Ed, when I see you in chat, no, it was not Yoon.
And I've got to ask, were people actually angry at Ray for the predation, or were they angry at Ray for something else and then that happened later?
The predation happened in 2023.
Okay, but
No, well, hold on.
oh
Let
my
me
god.
Let me clarify. The document against Rachel came out in 2022, meaning that they were working on that document in 2021.
Okay, what did Ray do? Give me a TLDR.
Oh god. Grooming, sexual assault, shit
Well, this
talk
was
behind
beforehand.
people's backs. Oh, beforehand. Shit talk.
I want to know. I'm sorry, what?
She was
It
talking
was-
behind people's backs.
Yep.
So in 2021, people were ostracizing and harassing people around Rachel because she backbit people.
Yes, that's exactly it.
Yeah, think of like a lot of what Ray was doing in 2020, like before we knew about the predation. Think about it as just a lot of making people uncomfortable in calls and basically just doing what Liv did back in September. Like if you remember that call, that was Ray, just on a bigger scale.
Yeah. You guys can't use the sexual assault because that didn't happen until a year later.
That's what you
From
guys
this.
put over victims of grooming?
Apparently, they found out about that later.
No.
They didn't know about it when they were.
I'm
Go ahead.
saying they took their dislike of Rachel for being a sleazy little hoe, and used that as a reason to ignore and downplay and dismiss victims of grooming just because they were in her circle.
Oh no, yeah, that's what I was getting to, and that's why I was kind of having a brain malfunction there.
Holy fuck, Guru, you're pathetic.
How does this rate in terms of importance? How is it with this stupid little community? The dumbest things are given the greatest importance, and the important things are relegated to not important. How did this happen? I know you're all commentary, but good God, this is a level of stupid I don't often see to this degree. You've been given plenty of time to think, Guru. I want answers now. And I do mean now. Not in 30 seconds, not in 1 minute. I mean now. Why? You made a billion freaking commentaries. You can open your mouth and answer questions when you're in the hot seat.
I really can't remember right now. I can't.
Magic.
Okay, so you can't remember who, but you can remember that you were led astray. You know what that tells me? I can't remember how I did this, but I can remember it was an accident.
Honestly, the longer you stay silent, the more I'm inclined to believe that you weren't led astray, and that this was just something you all fucking just mutually agreed to. This was not a case of being led astray. Y'all saw multiple victims and decided that they weren't important because of who they were associated with. You threw Leo's story away. You threw my story away and pinned the blame of Leo's grooming on me. Mind you, no one has ever reached out to Leo since then. You want to know what he thinks about all of this? Y'all come out here and say, oh, Leo is actually being groomed by Vivian. Yeah, he was. But he was also being groomed by George. And the person you guys blame for all of this, the person y'all blame for thinking that for him thinking he was groomed by George was me. Y'all think he's okay with you saying that about me? You guys have done nothing but make decisions for victims and decide what their grooming is. You guys were so confident in saying that, oh, Leo wasn't groomed by George. George is just a little irresponsible. No, the real perpetrator here is Vivian, because she had this pure hatred of George and wanted him gone. You threw victim stories away. And I don't want to hear, you know what, no, I don't want to hear that it's solely because we were associated with Rachel. I don't want to fucking hear that. Because if that's your only reason, then there needs to be a fucking wake-up call for a lot of people.
You know what? If that is your only reason, say it.
It was because of your association with Ray.
Okay. All right. So you helped harbor a predator in the circle, including around his victims, and actually, you know, helped get those victims to a point where they apologized to the man that groomed them. You fucking let him paint that whole story as a wrong done unto him. Are you around any sphere with children?
No.
Keep it that way.
So let me get this straight, Guru. Because of the actions of you and other people, victims were not listened to, and people who were tied to Ray continue to be tied to Ray because of how you guys treated them, yes?
I don't know if it's still going on, but I do know, yes, that was the case.
Okay.
As far as
it did happen. Okay.
Time.
Cool.
Y'all's treatment of us as people around Ray is what made it possible for Ray to keep us around. Y'all knew Ray. Y'all knew how tactical Ray was. Ray could. You should have known that Ray could have used y'all's antagonization of us to keep us around her. I swear to God, I never want to hear anyone who was in the Cloud Palace at this time and enabled this behavior talk about, like, if you were an adult, I don't ever want to hear you talk about how much you care about the safety of children or the safety of victims ever again. Because you don't. You only care about them when they're not around people that you don't like.
This is asinine. The thing is, I don't believe for a second that you magically forgot this all happened in the little bit of time I've been around you people. You've had years to own this and apologize properly. Because you know what? I can buy in this stupid, asinine little community, people... What's the word? Tribalizing to this degree. Because none of you are adults. You might be the age, but you certainly don't have the mind for it. What I cannot abide is every time something like this happens, you people have to be dragged into a call about it. You never just look back and say, you know what, man, I really screwed this up. I'm sick of it. I am genuinely sick of it.
This community as a whole, the adults, not the ones who were minors at the time, the adults who were in this community and who enabled this, you owe a lot of fucking apologies. You owe apologies to Donnie. You owe apologies to Autumn. You owe apologies to me, and most importantly, you owe apologies to Leo. But guess what? It's probably too fucking late for that. Leo has been... Do you understand how horribly Leo has been hurt by all of this? Has anyone actually taken a moment to process, oh, we did all of this, and it could have definitely hurt Leo? No one did. Because if you did care, you would have tried to reach out, not even if not to Leo directly, to someone who you knew was in contact with Leo. Don't ever tell me you care about victims when this is how you act. Congratulations. You kept a victim towards another known serial abuser. Hell, maybe if y'all hadn't acted this way, maybe I could have gotten away from Ray. You know, before the worst moment of my life happened. Congrats.
I could have gotten away sooner too, because people were stalking my social media and any comments I made in different videos that they were in channels that they were looking at. Because I remember that I made a comment on one of Stalker's videos and I got jumped on by multiple people from the Cloud Palace. And I told them I wasn't even talking to Ray at that point because I had distanced myself from her for about a year because of college and because I broke up with her and I needed time away. That didn't signal anything to y'all? I have the screenshots of those comments too. Pretty
Yes,
sure.
please get them. Please get them.
Because I might. Because I don't think I screenshotted most of the people's replies, but I know Mr. A did. Let me get that.
Yeah, and again, this isn't new behavior. Y'all did the same thing to both me and Rin in the comments of Suzy's video on George.
So, and Gil, just be honest with me, if you remember, which I don't believe you won't. Did you guys keep tabs? Did you intentionally look for Rachel's pals, chums, victims? Did you intentionally look for their information and intentionally look and hunt these kids down?
I can tell you that's true for a fact. I can tell you because I remember one day looking in the Cloud Palace, and I saw you guys. You guys took my tweet after Ray's the doc on Ray was published. You guys took my tweet, posted it, called me a fucking bitch, and then posted about how I was going to a private account. You know, did anyone think did anyone ever try to think about why I might have done that? Y'all, I'm sure the comments analysis was, oh, she's running away from responsibility. Responsibility from what?
You people hunted down and, I'm using the word. Fuck it, I'm using the word. You people stalked people for being in contact with somebody who you guys knew were a serial abuser, and you guys knew these people when they were children?
I can tell you, people in this community have known me as early as when I was 14. 14. There have been people who have seen how Rachel has treated me, whether it be through petty nonsense on Twitter or telling people that I faked a suicide attempt.
How old were you when that happened?
14. I was 14 years old.
Do you remember who?
Oh, I can tell you I can tell you it was basically anyone who was in BOP. Because Rachel went into the BOP chat and told people that I quote-unquote faked an attempt.
You better not have been in BOP, I swear to God.
I don't think I was. I don't remember doing that.
Were you associated with the commentary community in 2014, Guru? That's my question.
In 2014, I was present, but I wasn't really involved as much as I was in 2021.
So but regardless, there were people who saw that. There was evidence that I was a victim, and yet you guys, is it because I turned 18, I magically lose my victimhood, and y'all just decide to stalk my whereabouts? Congratulations, because if that's the case, y'all are no better than Rachel. You're no better than Rachel and her fucking partners right now, because they've been stalking me for over a year. Autumn and Ephraim can tell you that for a fact.
Alright, Autumn, Amity.
Yes.
Can I ask what you two want from Guru right now?
I want I want an apology, not to me. I don't care about having an apology. I want a written apology to Leo. A genuine apology, not some fucking small-ass paragraph Google Doc a la fucking Keyblade Master. I want a genuine apology to Leo for how you and how the rest of the Cloud Palace treated him in bringing back George.
I personally don't want an apology, but I do second Leo should definitely get one. Because it's one thing for me to be here, and it's another for Leo not being here. I think Leo definitely needs one.
And I'm
Actually, Habit,
Leo
that is a
needs
good
one from
question.
a lot of people.
And I'm gonna
Habit, that's a good question. Guru, this is unlikely, but Guru, did you see any of RCV's posts about being in a relationship with Habit?
When was this?
Habit, when did your relationship with RCV start? Like, what years was it going on?
Their relationship was active from mid 2016 to mid 2019.
Okay.
3 years. Y'all had
So
3
did you-
years to see this.
So did you see in any of these accounts the times RCV was sexualizing Habit or talking publicly about the relationship? And especially in the latter 2 years, talking about how he was dating a child?
No, I don't think I did.
Good, because if you did, I would have a lot to say.
And I want to expand that question that I just asked you and Autumn, Amity. What do we want Guru to do moving forward? Because I personally don't think that he should just go back to normal, whatever the fuck. What do you
No.
guys think he should do?
No,
First
I
off,
think
you have to leave Taco Bell.
No, we're okay. Let Amity and Autumn speak though.
I think you need to do exactly the same as people as Suzy are doing. You need to get out of these spaces, get offline for a long time, focus on your actual fucking life, and most importantly, stay away from children. I don't care if you haven't in yourself endangered children along the lines of George or Rachel. You will let these things happen. You need to stay away from children, especially on the internet.
Basically that's really the only thing I can ask in this scenario. I don't trust you being in spaces like this, especially when we came at you regarding a different situation beforehand. And although I know Light has forgiven you for that scenario, for that instance, it still is a symptom of behavior that needs to be corrected offline.
And again, before any of that, my DMs are going to be open. I want that apology for Leo. I don't want an apology for me. I do not want to hear "I'm sorry, Amity," because I don't want that. Y'all have had years to give that to me, and you never did, even when I came back to the SCC. I want an apology for Leo, because it's about fucking time y'all actually consider him.
Amity, Autumn, would you be okay if this is where things ended?
I am perfectly fine with that.
That's fine with me.
Alright. Guru, for harboring a predator in a community full of children because you were too stupid and, more importantly, too malicious to actually look at his fucking crimes for what they were, it's time for you to fuck off. And quite frankly, I sentence you to an actual adult life. In the real world. You don't get to be here anymore. But before you do that, you have to write out that apology to Leo. So make it count. We don't need you in this call anymore. So, get out.
Later on during that weekend after this call that Suzy messaged me, saying she accidentally deleted her channel. And to be frank, I don't believe her. After Julie kind of crashed out on her, I wound up talking to her and at least getting some of the needed data from her. But at this point, it was time. So a final call with Suzy was had in courthouse. Alright, so... Look. We're gonna go ahead and get this started. I don't know much in the way of a preamble for this, but I'm going to go ahead and say this much. Suzy, you have been in this community for almost a decade now, based on what I've seen, if not longer than that.
Yes.
I came to you a few months ago asking you for access to the Cloud Palace because I was going to help you address the things you thought you needed to address. And up until now, I have not been able to really look in it because it is in genuine truth a massive server that's had, at any given time, 50 people in it, and all of them won't shut up. We have, however, had several people come in and start digging, and I will be blunt. You have cultivated one of the ugliest communities I have ever seen in my life. And this isn't even counting the George Raccoon stuff that we're also here to talk about. The way you people talked, the way you conspired, or the way you discussed the victims and the victimizers, how you spoke about children is... The only thing more disgusting than it I can find at this point is the FCK because children were preyed upon. What you did, Suzy, was you ran one of the most cutthroat, vile child bullying servers I've ever seen in my entire life. Every single individual so far that I've seen there that at some point I thought was a decent human being has clearly just been playing a part, because this is what they actually are behind the scenes. Now, normally I would cut you slack, because you, as foolish as the reason you've given me is, have told me why you did not have any moderators up until the very end, the last few months of its operation. You didn't have many moderators because you couldn't trust them. The problem is, you contributed to this. You pushed it. You enabled it. And Suzy, it's bad.
Sorry.
It is severely unpleasant.
I am sure it is. I did not do a whole hell of a lot to keep the Cloud Palace at bay. And
Suzy,
let me finish. I did not do a lot to keep the Cloud Palace at bay, and I do tend to join into very, I guess, tribalistic behaviors, and that is not okay for a leader. That is not okay for just a general person in the community. It's not okay behavior. It is genuinely immature. And you guys told me a few days ago that, or no, it was last week at this point, that you don't trust me or that I'm not mature enough to have a platform. I thought about it and agreed.
Suzy, immature is not the correct word here.
Vile,
Then let me talk.
disgusting. Sorry.
Suzy, you are dangerous. Because here I am. Because, part of the problem I'm having now is I don't know how much of what you told me is true versus a lie, because apparently you will lie to people. I'm going to ask you a very direct question, and it's going to be a very strange question for me to ask you, but I will ask you regardless. Suzy, who came up with the term or the name of doodle diapers?
That was Mr. Mediker.
It was not Mr. Mediker.
Was it?
It was you.
Was it?
It was you. In 2014. One moment, and I'll read it off for you.
Yeah, please do, because I don't recall this.
Yep, it was you. Behold, from the creator of the D-Diaper, Doodle Diapers Inc. bring you the Time Diaper. Just think of an age and you'll become it, with the only downside being you'll be a bedwetter. But only for those who play that isn't a problem. Order, start RPing now. You did.
Yes, I did.
You started that.
I don't remember that. I genuinely don't remember that, but...
I'm sure, because what I have noticed is this community, whenever somebody's in hot water, suddenly have selective amnesia.
No,
I'm kind of tired of it.
This is something from, like, what?
You say no, but Suzy.
11, 12 years ago?
2014.
Like, Yeah, that's 11 years ago. I'm not gonna always.
Suzy-
I'm not gonna remember everything I posted.
When did the Medicare thing happen?
It was 2016. That was almost a
2016.
decade ago.
So you forgot within 2 years then, not 11.
I guess that's a good point.
Yeah. Speaking of which, you have gone on record multiple times saying how troublesome the Medicare situation was, how traumatizing and damaging it was, yes?
Correct.
Then why is it I have a screen cap from you in a different server, hoping that Lin goes through a Medicare moment because she did a bad commentary that you didn't like?
Yes. You did ask me about that. In short, I was just really frustrated at Lynn over something. It's not okay. Well, I did look back on our DMs, and we actually talked about the video later that night. Lynn eventually understood the problems that I had with the video on Creepshow, and she apologized and deleted the video shortly thereafter. I've mentioned it before to you, Lio. When people say that I have patience of a saint, I tend to disagree. I have actually a very short fuse, and that's an example of it.
The problem is, that should have been your learning moment. That should have been a moment where you figured, hey, I can just talk to Linlin if there's a problem. I shouldn't have had to get in your face a couple years after that. And I did. In fact, I'm looking at the logs here, and it seems like all sorts of deranged behavior, chatter, and everything were talked about in your server, and enabled and abetted. And, Suzy, you are the problem. The community you have cultivated is the problem. The call is coming from inside the house. And now I'm starting to fully understand, as much as we joked about me beating Septi's banning record, starting to really understand why I was never invited into the server, because I think deep down, you or whoever else was in there knew I would lose my mind if I was put in this place.
No, I didn't have a problem with you potentially joining. I just wanted to keep it as, SCC members, which you were not at the time.
Very fascinating. So when I audit this thing, am I going to find non-SCC members in there? Because I have a feeling I'm going to, but that's not even really the point here. It's not even the point. My entry in there is irrelevant, frankly, so we're going to move on from it. More to the point is the amount of damage you have allowed to happen here. I have now seen unhinged comments from you, Yoon, Jace, and a whole slew of other people. Jace specifically, talking about how they want to give Rin a rope to hang themselves. Like, you created a monster here. And at no point did you ever try to reel it in. We haven't even gotten to the not safe for work rooms yet. This is just the cursory stuff we found that's just, in general, morally reprehensible. There's people here who have questions for you. I am not going to let this devolve into a Senate call. People aren't going to threaten you here. They're not going to lose their minds. Their questions should be direct, and hopefully you will have answers for once. So, which one of you has decided to go first? Because according to the Google Doc, it's Amity.
That would be me.
Amity, all right, go ahead.
All right. I just have a few questions, and I want to start this off with the elephant in the room, and that is the treatment of Leo, pre and post coming out about George. So before I ask this question, Suzy, I would like to read a chat log I found that I was given between you and Poor Kate. So Poor Kate goes into your DMs. I heard you're in contact with the guy, and there were things that happened differently. And your response was, at the very least, the evidence showing us what happened kind of shows the opposite might have been true. For instance, Leo keeps telling us how uncomfortable he was within the DMs with George, but we don't really see that. In fact, what we do see is Leo playing along happily with the conversation. Whereas the V situation, as comparison, we see Joni was uncomfortable with V's sending of porn. Grooming kinda has a purpose of conditioning someone into being more okay with sexual discussions. But we don't really see that intent with George, at least according to Leo's document. And then later down, you say, George was guilty of being irresponsible with his NSFW account. I won't say he's totally innocent regarding the claims, plus he has a tendency to self-destruct. But what we don't see through Leo's doc was grooming. Now, I'm reading all of this again. And it begs the question, what, in public, in the George video, your claim was that Vivian and I, who, for anyone who doesn't know, Vivian is Channel Grey, that Vivian and I had implanted the idea that Leo was being groomed by George into his head as some sort of smear campaign / a way to get George out of the community. But in private, you are spinning a completely different story, as if Leo basically had been leading George on and then lied about him afterwards. And my question is, how did you even come to this conclusion, especially given at the time Leo was a minor? A minor cannot lead on an adult.
Wasn't intentionally trying to say that Leo was leading George on. My point was trying to be that there was a miscommunication between the two. I do see where you get the idea, though. And the idea that I had was just like from, as I said, from the evidence.
And your conclusion to all of it was to focus more so on the minor and how the minor could have handled it better and how the minor could have communicated better, rather than looking at the adult and wondering, why is the adult even talking to a person like this, let alone a child in the first place? And that was enough for you to let a groomer back into the community, around people, around minors, and then eventually around two of his other victims in Autumn and I.
I suppose so.
So then the other question with that is, why did you never reach out to Leo, Autumn, and I? And I don't want to hear about we didn't want anything to do with you. You could have reached out, even if not to us directly, through someone else that you knew had contact with us, or even just made some sort of statement about wanting to contact us.
Right?
Someone could have tried.
I don't think anyone had contact with you guys at the time.
Did you try, though? That's my question. Why didn't you try?
No. Why I didn't try is, I mean, because you guys had me blocked. I didn't figure there was point in trying.
Okay, I'm just gonna, I'll let someone else handle that, because that's a whole other can of worms for your handling of victims. But
No,
I
that's
want to pivot, because another point of discussion that we have talked about in the courthouse since you left last week was the handling of the document about Rachel. And there is a point in the Rachel document. Yes, we have been looking back on that. And there is a point in the Rachel doc that we have wanted to talk about. And it is your mentioning of Autumn's private, intimate life. And you know what I'm talking about. When this was brought up in the Cloud Palace, we have logs, and you say, well, Rachel talked about it with people. First of all, in private. It was never public. This discussion of what Rachel and Autumn did was never public until you made it public. And your excuse was, well, Rachel talked about it, so it's fair game. Why?
Well, I think that one kind of answers itself. I thought Rachel talked about it more publicly.
Nope, she never had. And even then, if she had talked about it publicly, it should have been shot down, but it wasn't talked about publicly. Rachel kept it within the circles, within Discord calls, and within chats. private chats. Not. It'd be different if this was like in a public server. No, it was strictly to friends.
That's fair enough.
And again, you excuse this. You excuse it even after Autumn herself calls it out in her own document a year later. You excuse it with the fact that Rachel had spoken about it. Even after Autumn herself said she was not okay with this, you guys clowned her for this. Because given everything, like, as Shuli says in the chat, like, Autumn expressed distaste for it being out there, and you blamed Autumn for not making sure Rachel wasn't bragging about it. Your point was, why hadn't Autumn said anything to Rachel about stopping it? I guess if I'm gonna end my part of the conversation, I want to end it with the question relating to Autumn's situation. I mean, honestly, if Autumn, are you okay with me just asking the question bluntly, mainly in regards to what Ephraim called it in the chat earlier? I want to make sure. Okay, Suzy, you're aware that what Autumn was talking about and what Rachel was bragging to you about was sexual assault. Are you aware?
Wasn't at the time. When you put it that way, though, I see it a little bit more, yeah.
Because Autumn had talked about it before. Like, Rachel basically gave it away on a silver platter, saying that, oh, Autumn decided to withdraw consent, but then Rachel wanted to keep going anyway. And then the act was made into a running joke with her, and then you publicized that account in the Rachel document.
Sorry.
That's all you got is a sorry, so no real explanation. I will let someone else go if they want, but
I don't know what else there is for me to say. There's not really. I mean,
Who's
the
next?
explanation is.
It would be me.
And say your name for the record, please.
Hi, this is Lucifer. I'm actually here to ask questions on Donnie's behalf because he's currently taking a mental health break, and I am doing this for him. This is going to be very brief.
Okay.
So, it's like 2 things. So, Suzy, did you recognize how vulnerable Donnie was about Vivian after January 2020 when using her to convince him and others that George wasn't a groomer?
Pardon?
Oh. Is my volume fucking... Sorry, guys.
No, you weren't cutting out. I didn't quite. I guess get what you were asking.
This is just how he worded it, so. Did you recognize how vulnerable Donnie was about Vivian after January 2020 when using her to convince Donnie and others that Horace wasn't a groomer? Okay, that's your answer, but I really think you should have.
Maybe I should have, but I didn't.
I don't even think it's a maybe, Suzy. That was, again, in a similar vein, to an earlier thing. That was literally an assault that Vivian did to him.
I know that. I just didn't know that Donnie was I didn't realize Donnie's feelings about it around the time. I'm sorry.
Okay. If that's your answer, that's your answer. And this is one last thing, I suppose, out of this section. That I'm going to be saying it as if I was like he says I, but I'm basically just saying his message for him. I felt as if I had to brush off any feelings and concern about how he flirted with me as a 16 to 17-year-old, and this is in regards to your video defending Horace, and how he told me after I came out as trans that he would have asked me out if I didn't come out as trans, both because I didn't have access to proof and because I know for a fact I played along.
I didn't know those. I didn't know about that.
Well, of course you didn't, but at the same time, that's part of the impact, part of the damage that you caused with that defense video. That you caused through not actually looking, like, really thoroughly at the things. Because, like, even at a cursory glance, like I had to do very briefly, because I'm going to admit I am hitting your video, even I could tell.
Fair enough.
That's all I have to say.
Saying fair enough.
Yeah, I know. That's all. I believe it's Habit who's supposed to go next.
Yes, hello, this is Habit. I do have some questions for you, Suzy, and this may come out of the blue, because this is not related to a lot of the stuff that is currently being brought up, but this is my first question. When it came to your SEC's communication video, why did you constantly make points to downplay what RCV was doing to me, to a point of saying what RCV did to me was be an abusive boyfriend at best, which I am quoting from your video?
I'm not exactly sure the best way to answer this, but what I have been made aware of by Chuli these past few weeks is that I have a kind of a bad habit of choosing words improperly. Instead of just saying things as blunt as possible, I wind up putting flowery language on it, which winds up downplaying a lot of very dangerous and very vile things.
Yeah, I don't understand when you were talking about a situation where a man in his 20s was talking to me at 17 and guilting me for breaking up with him and saying, oh, at most this is abuse. That's... and I'm going to lead, and I'm going to use that to lead into my second question, which is, when it came to your SEC communication video, did you see any of the comments on said video that were basically harassing me and taking pot shots at me? And if so, why did you not do anything about said comments?
I don't think I saw any comments about... No, I don't think I saw any.
I'm gonna say, Suzy, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but there were comments. There were comments that
know,
were actively trying...
Look, I'm not saying that there weren't comments, I didn't see it. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'll just move on. I'll just move on then, but... Okay. So, Suzy, with all this context of your SEC communications video and how you handled it, I want to ask why, when looking back at, I was going through things related to RCV, because I decided to go into a deeper dive to get more evidence on what was done, why was I finding screenshots of you antagonizing me and RCV with things related to us being in a relationship? And there was multiple times of you antagonizing me, and then in response going at RCV, who was trying to defend me, who is my groomer. I gotta ask, what you were 19 at the time, if I'm getting the timeline correct here, and I was like around 15, 14. What did I, as a 15, 14-year-old, do to the point to get you, like, antagonizing me and in turn antagonizing my groomer?
I don't really recall.
Okay, alright. I'm gonna say my next question, but I have a pretty good idea what the answer is, but... I know that a lot of my story related to RCV wasn't completely well known to everyone, but... Did anyone have any concerns related to the fact that almost 2 months after I turned 18, Rachel, who, if I'm correct, was like 20 or in her 20s, immediately got with me as soon as I turned 18? Was there like no concerns or anything with that?
All there being no.
Okay. Alright. So that's all my questions. If anyone else wants, I'll let whoever needs to go next go.
Okay, I think it's my turn. I'm sorry if I get like emotional. I've just been like, oh, okay. So, Suzy,
Sorry, can you state your name real quick, Sparrow? Well, Sarah. Yeah.
but my name is Sparrow. Hi. So essentially, my first question is, you understood the way that my dealing with sexual harassment by Sherman severely negatively affected me to the point that you believed that it was why I initially basically left the internet. So why would you not do what I requested as the victim in that situation in an attempt to get closure on that?
Which was?
I asked you, I think it was on almost 5 or 6 separate occasions if you would send that over to me, because it was an attempt for me to fully be able to understand and get closure on what happened. So
I think someone directly told me not to do it because it would have upset you or something.
Okay.
And I was intending to send it over. I was told not to. I don't remember by who though.
Okay. Okay. I guess I'll just go into my second question. Why did you only choose to speak about what happened to me publicly under the circumstance that you made another video on Sherman despite knowing he was in active danger?
Don't think I have an answer for that.
Because I do remember you saying at one point that you would be bringing it up if you were to make another video. Yeah,
and
but
I do remember I wanted to make another video, but then I don't remember why I didn't.
Okay. Another question. Actually, I'm gonna add to this question with your answer to the first question, okay? Why did you constantly bring up what he did to me that you knew was painful for me in a way that essentially rubbed it in my face without providing the proper tools for me to get closure for? Especially because you noted that somebody had told you not to because they thought it would make me upset. So I'm confused as to why you were even bringing it up at all.
Can you give me an example of me bringing it to you in a way that's rubbing it in your face or something?
There were several times I remember there was one distinct time where it came up that I like had the ability to contact him, and like
Oh,
one of the
yeah, and
first
I was
things that,
confused why you. Yeah, I was confused why you would.
yes, but you brought up specifically that you were confused by that because of what he did to me when
Well,
he
yeah,
already,
I.
but then like this was something that got brought up like more than once, like like almost every single time it would come up in conversation, like like there would be some sort of like mention of it if I was there, like, and it got like there was legitimately a point where just like it was very distressing for me to talk about. But moving on, 'cause I don't. Okay. From my recollection, you claim to have filed a police report about Sherman using those logs. I do have two questions, which
Yeah.
is if you actually did that.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Okay. Actually, I feel like my first question or my second question was already answered. But I suppose my last question is just if you still have them, because if you do,
I.
I would like those to be sent to me, or to somebody who can
Yeah.
send them to me.
Yeah. I'll look for them while the rest of this call's going on. Because I don't really want to waste you guys' time any more than I guess I already am.
Okay.
If that's okay with you.
I would appreciate that. I mean, honestly, if you need to make sure that everyone else is heard, like you can, like I don't mind waiting. This is something I've waited like a whole 5 years for, so a little bit more is not gonna kill me. But I need you to understand, Susie, like this is something that has deeply affected me. It deeply affected me, the fact that I was very stressed over the fact that I could not remember any of this. Whenever it would come up in conversation, it would put me in like such a deep state of distress. I just want you to understand how that has affected me and how you've in a way contributed to that. So I suppose that's it from me. I just want you to that's all I ask of you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, and I will try to get you those logs.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I suppose that's it. So whoever's next can go.
Okay, hi. It's time for my questions. I'm Julie. Everyone here knows that. I want to ask you, because this is a problem that I've brought up to you before, and I found more instances of it happening in the Cloud Palace. Why are you so quick to compare people to literal rapists and groomers? Because, like, you did that to Coda, and you even tried to pseudo-justify it to me in that call we had a month ago where I confronted you about that video. And you've done it to others in the Cloud Palace.
Just it's the quick comparison.
That's your answer?
That's yeah, I mean, you want the truth, right?
No, Susie, I want to fucking lie. How much does rape matter to you that, like, you choose how annoying someone is in an argument, like, to be the basis on which you compare people? Like, does rape matter to you at all?
It does.
Then why were you so frivolous with that?
Just, I guess the first names that came to mind were two people who just so happened to be really bad about it. I don't know. Best answer I can give you is those were the first names that pop into mind.
All right. If it does matter to you, then why did you not think that Donnie being sexually assaulted was gonna have him fucked up for a while?
I don't know. I thought my timeline of events might be a little screwy right now. I thought the rape was like a year or two before the George Rickman video. My timeline might be a little screwy, but I thought there was some time before then and then.
That's really disgusting that you were just like, well, it's been a year. He's probably over it.
Probably not over it, but I wouldn't have expected it to. I don't know. I don't know how these things work.
Clearly. Next question. Why did you use Joni's grooming situation with V Omega to invalidate what Leo went through with Horace?
Just another comparison that I could pull up.
Cause do you realize that in your own overly rigid definition of what constitutes as grooming, you invalidated Joni's story as well?
Oh, actually, I don't realize that. Mind
You were
explaining?
Yeah, you said that grooming is about leading to a relationship, a sexual romantic relationship with the victim, when V Omega was fucking married. And he wasn't looking to get into a relationship with Joni. But you set that up as a precedent for what constitutes grooming because you were just pulling anything out of your ass to invalidate Leo's story. And you ended up invalidating the case of, quote, actual grooming you used in that video.
See.
What'd you say you didn't pick up?
I just said, oh, I see.
Okay.
Sorry.
I don't believe you. But do you still have the pillow fort?
No. Pillow fort is long gone.
Do you have any other servers that you used to own? But, or I guess still own, but used to be, like, the head of?
Not currently.
What did you do with them?
I mean, after losing the Cloud Palace, that was kind of the last one that I had. Around the time that the FCK stuff dropped, I deleted my servers.
You just chucked them out?
Yeah, at the time of the FCK stuff, I didn't figure I was ever gonna come back from that, so
That's
kind of figured,
okay.
That's that.
So why did you archive Cloud Palace?
I kept Cloud Palace because a lot of memories in there, whereas with some of these others, there weren't as many. I had told people that if I ever left the community, I would take the Cloud Palace with me. That's what I did.
Okay. Did you export any of those servers before you just banished them? Because I know that you were exporting a lot of servers when you left.
don't... none that would be necessarily important.
You're not really in a place to be deciding that right now, if I'm being completely honest with
I mean, you guys have any need for speedrun chats?
No, but you know that's not what I'm fucking talking about, Susie.
That's what I've got.
That's it? You didn't archive the Twitch server? You didn't archive anything else like that? Any community stuff with people, interpersonal things?
I mean, other people's chats I did, but not my own.
Interesting. So you archived everyone else's business, but not your own.
It's because most of those chats were dead anyway.
That fucking means anything.
It does to, or it did to me at the time, because at the time, like, those chats were long dead. None of them were really being used. I didn't see anything, worth it there. Meanwhile, stuff like Mally's chat or, Heaton's chat, those were places that I regularly hung out.
The logic just doesn't follow here, and I think it's because it's intended to be self-serving.
I mean, you can think what you want, but...
And I will.
You are asking a question, and I am giving you an answer. And
yes, and I'm telling you how I feel about that answer, alright?
Okay.
And the last question I have for you, well, it's more of a request. I would like exports of your DMs with Avi and Heaton because I don't trust that I've seen everything about that. And I also want to know if I can have those exports from the Heaton chat if you exported that, since you were exporting everyone else's stuff.
Yeah, I'm sure I have some of Mary Skeleton War.
Yes, I'd like that. Oh, yeah, and Yoon. I'd like your DMs with Yoon. I don't know if you still have him. Because he deleted his account. So, just to write it down, I'd like you to write that down, Susie, so you don't forget.
There's a lot that I'm gonna need to write down, actually.
Alright, well, I would like you to do that right now with what I've asked of you. And I'll repeat it for you.
So, Heaton DMs, Yoon DMs, Avi DMs, and Mary Skeleton War.
Mary Skeleton War, correct. Alright, that's pretty much it with me. I think Hidden is next.
German stuff for Rin. What was...
Yeah, I'm gonna take the moment. My questions don't relate so much to everything, like, with the grooming stuff. It's mostly how the community has been run. My very first question is, with how stressful and unable to deal with things you are by your own admission, and how you don't want to be seen in charge by your own admission, why did you not straight up give the community to somebody else before the FCK stuff? You saw issues, you made a whole video about the issues, and when you did give it up, you gave it up to somebody like Jace, who not only has an incredibly awful track record, but was also unable to handle it.
Well, as far as giving the chat to Jace, I have explained this before to other people. It was just kind of a... It was just kind of a he volunteered at the right time. I was getting ready to leave everything, and he had said that that he would be willing to take the courthouse. As for why I didn't, me not wanting to be in charge, I tried for years. Hidden. I really had. But everyone kept, every now and then I would get called, like, the head of the SCC, or I'd get called, like, the big one, and it was just kind of inescapable. I didn't. To me, I just kind of wanted to do commentaries. I didn't. You know, I didn't ask to be put in a leadership role.
I mean, my personal opinion on that is you could have said no. You quite literally could have just been like, I don't want to deal with y'all's shit. Bye. So.
I mean, I still wanted to be around the community.
Well, that's fine.
After, after years of being called, like, the face of the community, I was just like, well, I mean, I'll try to do something about it, and obviously I've failed in that department, too.
I mean, that kind of leads into my second question where, you know, given you then sort of voluntarily accepted that position, it comes with certain responsibilities. And my question is, why did you remain critical of the community, yet actively enabled the worst in it for your own gain? If you're happy to deliver a 4-hour video on how the community struggles and belittled people's experiences, why did you never think to challenge things or call out things when they were when that would have been necessary?
I mean, with the SCC's communication problem, I didn't really have too much time to follow up on that, because that was around the time that the FCK stuff happened.
I mean, I guess, but at the same time, given you accepted that position of being the head of the community, kind of would have been your responsibility to call out things that went wrong, not in a video, but, you know,
No,
to
I
people's
understand.
faces. Yeah.
I understand, but again, around that time, the FCK stuff happened, and then Lio was dealing with, you know, the Peaches stuff, and then I helped him out for the months that lasted, and then I was asked to leave myself, following a really bad video about the FCK.
I mean, fair,
Yeah.
fair.
I didn't have much time to follow up on that.
I mean, okay. Given your time in the community, which hasn't been short, how come you never reflected on your actions, up until you were asked to leave the community, or up until now when you were actively, like, being confronted about them?
I've reflected on my actions before. I guess they weren't the correct actions to reflect on.
Yeah, clearly not the important one.
Apparently, clearly. But I would do reflections often. Like, I've made even videos reflecting back on how I, you know, acted in commentary and such. So, I mean, I think it's not fair to say that I never did. I just didn't reflect on the important stuff.
Right. I have another one where it's like, why did you, you stepped back from your platform, right? But you clearly didn't step back from your influence, given how you still stayed around here, actively partook in calls, and even called people out. That doesn't really seem like giving up your platform. You just did it like you're no longer public. It's clear you wanted to keep your influence. Why?
That actually is, and I know you guys are not gonna like hearing me say this, but that is partly Lio's fault. Cause for the, like, from May to, I want to say, September, I was gone from, like, everything.
Mm-hmm.
I did not have any connection to this community at all. Then Heaton's video dropped. I did come back in here long enough to yell at Ephraim, because from what I was hearing, this chat was being misused, and then I left again. And then thanks. I don't remember what was the second call, but I remember coming in here, and it was around that time that Lio suggested that I start showing up more often because I was isolating myself, from everyone up to that point.
Yeah,
And
Chad is
then
pointing out.
eventually
Oh, go ahead.
and then I just, per request of Lio, I stopped isolating as often. And eventually, just got comfortable back into into the community, where I was just kind of chilling out. But no, when I initially left, I did isolate from everyone.
Yeah, the reason I'm asking it is because, like, regardless of whether or not you like that, you have a certain sway over people, given who you are. And you returning here and being a part of active calls where people are being confronted is platforming yourself again. And I understand that part of it might have been because Lio requested you to be here, or because other people requested you to be here. But regardless of that, probably not the greatest move. Like, I'm not saying isolate yourself. Well, now I am, but that's because of different reasons. But at the time, I wouldn't have said
Oh yeah,
isolate
that's
yourself.
fair.
But
No, I get you. I get you.
yeah.
Yeah,
And then
no, I agree. It probably wasn't the best move, but that's just kind of what happened.
yeah. And then I have to ask about the horror situation, because even if I give you the benefit of the doubt that in 2021 you were educated on the topic of grooming and went by a book definition, why did you not, as you were confronted with these things more often and confronted them yourself, at any point in time, look back on that, issue a correction, or straight up remove the video? Why did your defense of horrors extend up to 2024, even after you learned more and got a better grasp of what grooming can be? And this is a side note and a question from Yen. What exactly did you use as evidence for your Horus video? Was it Horus's own doc? Or was it both docs? Or what was the ground of that?
It was predominantly Leo's document. I didn't I did have the initial doc against Vivian from back in 2016, but I didn't realize that I had that until very, very late into script writing, and I just didn't think to check that. Otherwise it was a picture, a single picture that was on the NSFW Twitter.
Yeah, but that's still the first part of my question again is in 2020, sure, 2021, sorry. Even though you may have not understood grooming correctly, you've since learned very clearly because you had to deal with these situations. And you were aware that you made a video about Horus and you were still defending Horus. So I have to kind of question how come you understand the thing better, but then look at an actual groomer and you're not wait a damn minute, this bitch shouldn't be here.
I mean, I hadn't watched the video in a while, so it was just, I guess, one of those things where I didn't really have a sit down to look at it critically.
I suppose. And then my very last question is, and I need an honest answer here, is how far did your involvement in the FCK actually extend? What did you know? Who did you know? And why did you stay quiet about it? Because given your track record, right, I no longer believe I wasn't involved, you know?
Well, I never said that I wasn't involved. I was there, and I definitely partook in maybe a call or two. That maybe I definitely partook in a conversation or two that I was able to pull up from the logs that we found, where I was inappropriate. And there was probably a call or two where I was inappropriate with someone in the room that wasn't supposed to be there. I was only in a few calls with Teddy after all. But otherwise, my stance on that still kind of remains. When I got into the chat, I only knew a handful of people. All of the people that I knew were adults. I was told at some point that Slimmers was no longer in the chat, and considering I never had any interactions with Slimmer, I just kind of figured that Slimmers wasn't in the chat, which has since been disproven. I have noticed someone had a screenshot where Slimmers like had a conversation 6 hours after I left a message. But other than that, no, what I said before is still remains true. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I didn't partake in some inappropriate inappropriate comments or throwing inappropriate memes around, but generally I was not really aware of what was going on at the time.
I mean,
you can believe that if you want, you can choose to not believe that if you want, but that is the truth, at least
I mean,
from my
yeah.
perspective.
From the like, for the record, I'm gonna say I don't believe it because I know there's been a chat that was specifically named Slimmers not safe for work art.
Yes.
So regardless of how active you were and regardless of how much you saw that, and that should have been indication enough to heavily side-eye the entire server.
It should have. It wasn't.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I wasn't negligent in that chat. I absolutely was.
Seems so, yeah, but those are basically all of my questions, so I'm gonna mute and let the next person go.
Oh, hi.
Oh, hold on.
I
hold
do
on.
have.
I did kind of interject because B did have a question relevant to what was being discussed with Hidden, so if it's okay, I would just like for her to go first. It's only one question.
Okay.
So I have a question regarding the Horus thing. I've been told that when initially asked about the Horus video, you brought me up saying that you ran the situation by me, but when I checked our DMs, what I found was you telling me that like you'd brought it up on a stream and you got backlash and asking for feedback. And I told you that you couldn't then, the issue was that you couldn't put the blame on the victim, only to find out that is what you ended up doing in the video, both in the final product 2 years later, but also behind the scenes leading up to the video's completion. So I want to know what about the agreement that the advice I gave you that it wasn't okay to put it on the victims changed between when we had that conversation and when the video was uploaded.
I don't know. We sat in a call together in like it was either Fiendish Cavern or Mary Skeleton War. You and I sat down in a call. You read both Leo's document and my script. You gave me the okay. I don't know what changed.
Okay, well, one, I don't remember a call like that happening. Two, again, in our DMs, when you first brought this up to me, 2 years before the video was created, I told you that you couldn't put it on the victims. And then I hear that you're going around behind the scenes even before the video was made, forwarding this narrative where you are putting it on the victims. Why did that happen?
Well, as far as the final product goes, as I said, I didn't necessarily think of it as putting it on the victims, which, yes, is incorrect, but follow along with me here. I didn't see it as putting it on the victims. I saw it as there was a, miscommunication on both ends, and that's why it wasn't grooming. Obviously that is not correct. Obviously that is not, that is not good. That is not what happened, but that is what I saw it as. So to me, I didn't view it as putting it on the victims at the time. But we did sit down in a call. Because I remember you asked me questions about Leo's document as you were reading it.
Okay, if you say so.
I'm sorry. I'm not sitting here trying to, like... I'm not making up a situation or anything. I know I tried to run the script by you because I did not really fully trust myself to do that video just on my own. I knew you knew more about the situation, you knew more about these kinds of situations than I did.
Not 2 years removed from it at that point. Like,
Well,
I
you
don't
knew more
know.
about
I don't know all
general
the individual
grooming.
people involved.
Well, you might not know the situation itself, but you do know enough about, like, grooming situations.
Yeah, I knew
So
enough to tell you that you couldn't put it on the. Sorry.
2 years beforehand. Yeah, I'm talking about the video, not the live stream.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Sorry, I don't.
Okay. Well, let's remove the video then, because the thing that is bothering me specifically, at like outside of the time frame that it took for the video to come up, was that even outside of giving you that advice, then you were going around behind the scenes pushing that very narrative, and to people who, like, you know, are looking in from the outside, it looks like you were cozying people up to the idea that this was the situation in order to make them more receptive to the video when it was completed. So again, I want to know why, if you admit, like, you don't know enough about these situations, that you came to me for advice, why then did you directly go against that advice in the years leading up to the finish, to the final product?
I don't know. Maybe I saw what I was doing differently. I'm not sure how to answer that, really. I'm sure there was some justification in my mind for it. But that's really all I can say.
Julie, you wanted to clarify that she didn't even bring up George admitting to doing that stuff with Leo, Amity, and Autumn?
Yes, I did want to preface that in the video that Suzy made, she barely touched on the magic trick kink and Leo drawing a child doing it, and she kind of wrote it off as like a one-time thing, not including the fact that in that document it was also alleged by Amity and Autumn that George had done the same thing with them, and in fact had to push them in order to allow him to draw them partaking in his kink. And this is something that George admitted to in his own document. And Suzy so far has not made any claims about sharing that document with you. Just Leo's and her script.
You mean the document on Vivian?
No, the response document that George made.
I didn't see that until after the video.
Okay, that's bullshit. You shared it in the Cloud Palace. You got it directly from him. Don't give me that.
I was asked to.
Okay, so wait, are you saying that you were asked to give it over and didn't read it?
Yeah, when you word it that way, that's really bad.
Wow.
Oh, I'm embarrassed now.
You should be. You should be embarrassed for the rest of your fucking life for that shit.
Yeah, because when they told me about this, I didn't even know the magic thing was a part of it. Like, I did not even... I'm just kidding.
Alright, well, I'm glad we got that on the record. Bomber Ratsu, I believe it's your turn.
Okay, sorry. I have 2 questions. These are not going to be long. My first question is, did you know about V Omega grooming a Joni Rue before V Omega was exposed by Joni? and I will bring up the
Oh.
message. Here you go. Put it on your Twitter.
Oh.
Can you?
I didn't know V was a groomer beforehand, no.
Okay. Alright. And my last question is, in the call with Truly about the Coda video, you described Johnny and V's interactions as them having a fun in group chats. What do you mean by that?
Run that one by me again?
Oh, I'll read it again. In the call with Truly about the Coda video, you described Joni and V's interactions as them having fun in group chats. What do you mean by that?
I don't even remember saying that in the call. I guess what I could have meant by that. Sure. I if I did say that, I'm not sure what I meant by that either. Remember the context. Maybe explain the context?
I can explain it. It was basically talking about V grooming Joni. You were talking about how kind of when that was happening, because it was you complaining about, oh well, V was underage, so you must not want me to talk about him doing that. V was not underage when he was grooming Joni.
Right, yeah. I do remember we talked about that.
I think it's just another example of you being incredibly callous with your wording. But I think that Ratsu should have expanded on something. Basically, with that screenshot is asking, why was V Omega allowed to run rampant in your server saying things like lewd the Joni, who was a child at the time?
That's what I was trying to
guess-
say. Thank you.
Well, I guess considering you had to explain to me that V was an adult when he was doing all of this stuff, I think that one kind of answers itself. I didn't know how old V was.
Okay. Well, yeah. You feel like it kind of misses the point of a minor being sexualized in your server, and you not doing that and doing like anything to stop that. You just kind of posit it in chat.
That's a child. Was a child.
I mean, I don't know. I don't have an answer.
That tracks. All right.
Really? Should mute. Did I mute?
All right, I believe it is my turn. Correct.
That's correct.
All right,
State
so
your name for the record.
I am Mr. A, and I had two questions, but Hidden's line of questioning earlier kind of already answered one of them. So I want to ask this one, and I'm going to come out and say right now that I apologize if asking this question ends up causing a little bit of chaos to where some people's questions don't end up getting answered, but I feel it's important to ask. Seriously, since the George call happened, the call where we, went over the George thing Have you remained in contact with them?
No.
Okay. I'm going to trust your answer on that. That was my one question.
Rabbit, it is now your turn.
Hi. I don't know if you remember me at all, but around the time when the hating Jets hashtag was going around, I had approached you, Avi. I think I tried to approach June, but essentially I was just trying to get answers on why everybody hated Rin so much at the time. Because from what I heard from Rin versus what people were saying were so opposed from the person I knew. And also, Rin, since I met them, to even now has always shown obvious signs of being vulnerable and being taken advantage of. So that's why I went to you to get questions, and you just sent me June's thread. That was also happening during that hashtag. My question is, was me coming to ask you guys why you guys hated Rin? Am I the person everybody refers to as one of Rin's friends who harassed them? Like harassing your group?
Maybe there was a few of those.
Do you remember who those people were?
No. I know some of them, or like at least two of them, were people who came after Yoon in a comment section, and I wound up explaining the situation from Yoon's side. Eventually, I think they wound up deleting their comments. But I do not remember the names of those individuals now.
Okay. And then, this is more of a side thing I was noticing. You said you felt pressured to be the figurehead of this community, but did you ever make any attempts to deny or reject that label? Or instead, in what ways did you try to separate yourself from the community, or try to, I don't know, hand it off or ignore what people were saying?
I did outright reject the notion that I was the head of the community, but I never really made the distinction that I wasn't a part of it, because I was a part of it. I just didn't like being considered the figurehead of it.
Okay. I guess that just answers the two questions I had. Have a day.
It's always pouring. Oh, now is your time to speak.
Thank you. And yeah, as Julie said, it's always pouring out. And my question is, given how you have now had the opportunity to see how your actions, whether malicious or negligent, have hurt people, and how, whether intentional or not, your audience and platform has played a part in that, you leveraging it to hurt people. I understand that you currently have either locked or deleted a lot of your socials, but I want to know going forward how you're going to be approaching being a public figure or being in positions of power with your online, how you're going to go about that going forward, knowing what you know now.
Well, if I ever decide to be a public figure again, at this point it's a really big if, but if I decide to, obviously I definitely want to use what's here to kind of, change from it. I want to make sure, though, I grow. So I'll talk to my therapist about a lot of this. I definitely will be more educated in, what grooming is. I'll try to think more about the repercussions of my actions and like what kind of an impact it could have on others. I mean, that's really all I mean, I'm sure there's more, but like the big ones, I think those are probably like all that anyone could ask of me. Again, this is the big if I ever decide to be a public figure again. Although after hearing how much damage I caused, I frankly don't know if I even want to try that life again. To be honest.
Okay, I didn't want to like interrogate it. I simply just wanted to, have your take on that out there. People can take whatever they will. That's all I need to know.
Yeah, as I said, at this point I don't even think I deserve it, so probably won't have to worry about that. But yeah, that's there does need to be more growth here if I ever do decide to try to come back.
Sorry, one more question. What kind of things do you plan to do in order to take accountability and also make up for all the damage and harm you caused? Possibly either making a video confessing to stuff you messed up on, correct the record on things you ended up being false and that caused harm to others. Like, what kind of things would you do in order to make up for the mistakes you've caused and the people you harmed?
I mean, it's a little hard to make a video correcting the record when I don't have a channel to do that on anymore, but I mean, at the end of the day, what accountability looks like in this situation, I don't know if that's really up to me now, is it? That's not really
guess
my say.
I know. I know it's not your say, and I don't want to say what the people you've harmed, what they should or shouldn't want. I guess what I want to know is, you've done wrong. What is your instinct to correct this? For example, you break a kid's glasses. The first instinct for some people, if they're genuinely sorry for doing that, is to pay to get a new pair of glasses for that person. So what is your thoughts of what you would wish to do in order to make up for what you've done, and then also think about what people will want from you?
I mean, I'm already trying to get people what they want from me, but basically these logs, these call archives, or whatever else I can get. I guess pretty much everyone at this point can agree. Just for me to fuck off. Right? I think that's just kind of what people want of me.
I believe that Sparrow wanted to ask another question. And then we will bring up the final question that everyone is bringing up in chat. Yes, I'm reading.
Okay.
Thank you. I suppose the one last thing I did want to say. This was more of a general problem, but I suppose while you're here, I can ask you about it. Like, why is it that in December, when people were talking about, like Liv and the ties that she had to Christian and shit, why did you, amongst so many other people, not gonna bother with those other people right now. I'm just bothering with you. Why did you feel comfortable letting that call get to a point where it was just another Suvlivy call, and what Christian had been doing was just swept under the rug and like completely pushed like to the side? Like why were you comfortable with that? Christian is also Liquidus. He is a man that has groomed me and several other people.
Okay. I guess I just didn't think about it really deep.
So,
Just didn't cross my mind that, you know, it becoming a live call would have been an issue. I don't know.
So this is gonna be admittedly a bit more of a leading question. I just want a yes or no on this, because if the answer is no, I'll respect that the answer is no. But I do have to ask, was part of that based on like prioritizing your dislike of Liv over prioritizing the people who were victimized in that situation? Like, was it because you liked hated Liv so much that you just didn't care, or?
No, I just genuinely don't. I just don't think I thought about it.
Okay. I just thought I would ask that. It's been weighing on me a lot. So, thank you.
That's fine. And best I can do right now is you guys got questions, I'm here to answer them. To the best of my abilities, at least.
Okay, I think...
I know it has not been great. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Everyone's questions at this point have been answered. I do need to ask you this again because I asked you it earlier today and you did not give me an answer. Have you done everything possible to try and reinstate that channel?
No, I suppose I haven't.
Okay. If
And
anyone...
at this point, I think at this point, I think it's all the same. It's probably better if it was gone.
Okay, that's not your decision. If anyone here knows how to revive that channel, also, yeah, what the fuck was that? It's better if it's gone. Suzy, we still need the comments from those videos. We need those videos back up so that we can actually get the comments that were on them.
You guys didn't get them when I had them unlisted?
You only unlisted one video, Suzy. And you didn't give the link to anyone that day until you gave it to Lio.
No, you and Lio had asked me to unlist the George Raccoon video and the stream where I initially talked about it. And I unlisted both. You mean to tell me you guys didn't go through and get the comments on those?
Suzy.
Like, genuinely, I'm asking.
We have gotten, I think, enough from those videos, but there are other videos that we wanted to look at as well. Which is why we had you handing over the channel. I thought that was pretty obvious.
I set up to do that, and I accidentally deleted it.
Yes, and now you need to work to get it revived instead of throwing your hands up in the air and saying, oh, well, it's better if it's gone anyways. No. Anyone in this chat, I'm sure there are people in this chat who know more ways to try and revive that channel. And this is an open invitation for any of you guys to tell Suzy, give directions how to do that so that she can bring it back.
Hi, yes. Would it be alright if I asked a question in the meantime?
Sure.
Okay. Because I remember trying to ask other people in regards to this, because this is a matter that does concern me to a degree. Suzy, have you already handed over the keys to Larvesta for the wiki?
I was trying to find a place to make him owner, but I wasn't able. Apparently, there doesn't appear to be a way of doing that. I did. He is a bureaucrat. He is a bureaucrat on the wiki, so he does have effectively all of the owner privileges. And then I basically stepped down, so I guess in a way, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I chime in on something for a second?
Go ahead.
Did you delete specifically your channel or the Google account?
It's just specifically my channel. The Google account stayed.
Okay. So, I don't know what the solution is within there from what's been mentioned. I am curious, how did you accidentally delete your YouTube channel?
So my Google account had 2 channels connected to it, and I was trying to delete one without realizing I was logged into the other. When you delete a channel, it asks you for an email, and if it's under the same Google account, then it's under the same email. So I put in the email and wound up deleting one over the other.
What's the other channel that was tied to your account?
The Suzy H channel, which also doesn't exist anymore.
And for your other channels, like the ones where you archived calls, is that held on a separate Google account?
Yeah, but those are also at this point not around.
So your other accounts for your other channels have been nuked, or are they? Do you just not have access to them?
I was working on deleting the Twitch stream bot channel before all of this. And eventually I do plan on taking down the Doodle Shows channel at some point too. Not like there's really anything on there for y'all here, but
What's the channel that you uploaded calls onto?
actually, just real quick, Mr. A, yeah, the channel with the calls is gone. However, I have told Lio, and that was kind of what I wanted to do this call, was during me trying to send Lio, the calls that, the calls that were on that account have been sent to Lio, or are going to be sent to Lio, because I'm still working on the FCK calls. So
Yeah, those are
we
the
don't
calls
really
that
need the
happened
channel.
And for those of you wondering what she means by that, are calls that happened during the FCK expose stuff. It's not calls that happened in the FCK.
Yeah. But yeah, you don't really need the account when I have basically sent everything that was on there to Lio, and I'm continuing to send more to Lio. So.
Got it.
Does anybody else have any questions, or am I clear to go?
My advice is just, girl, contact YouTube support about it.
I do have a question.
And we'll see.
I do have a question. Sorry, I didn't know if that got picked up the first time. Discord's being weird. I'm gonna make this quick. Name for the record, David Grimm. You were asked by... Oh my god. You were asked to hand over the YouTube accounts and to Chuli and Lio. You took your time on that, and then we find out, as of today, you deleted your accounts. So not only did you fail to hand it over properly, you gave a bad explanation for... But my question at this point, and I do not want to hear, I do not recall, or I don't know, because I'm not accepting that. You've done that throughout this call. Why? Why did you not just hand them it, and why did you delete the accounts?
I mean, admittedly, when it comes to the Doodletones account, to me it was not nearly just an account. That's like 14 years of my life on that thing. That's memories, but it's a story.
That does not answer the question.
I know, I think it does. Of course I'm going to be hesitant about sending that off. There's also, of course, there's the idea that there's private information, like personal private information on that I don't really feel comfortable giving out. And eventually, Lio, in our DMs, was kind of okay with me just giving the Doodletones account. We talked about it. He's like, okay, I'll just take the one account then. And so I sat down, set up a second brand account. And again, I had everything ready to send him the keys. However, you do have to wait 7 days before you can move a brand account over to a different Google account. So I was just kind of waiting that off before I handed the keys to him, and that would have been yesterday, or not yesterday, tomorrow. That would have been tomorrow, because that was on Monday. But yesterday, I wound up accidentally deleting the channel.
Fine, I will just say one more thing for those who do not know. The way that YouTube deletes your account is you have to type in your password, you have to go through several warnings to say, are you sure you want to do this because it cannot be recovered, and then you have to click yes. What I'm getting at is, I don't buy that you deleted it accidentally.
Yeah, and you have every right to not believe it.
Here's a quick question. When you realized that your account was deleted by what you say is mistakenly, did you make any attempts to try to get it, or did you really think oh, I deleted it, I guess it's gone forever?
I went to tell him what I had done, and then Lio brought up a video to help me try to bring it back up. I tried to follow the video. It didn't really make a whole lot of sense to me. I wasn't seeing a lot of the stuff that they were saying that I should have seen. And that was about the extent of what I had been able to try.
Okay, so you followed one video, but didn't you see the importance of maybe doing your own research, going to different forums, YouTube searching an alternative method that was more recent year? I don't know how long ago that video was, but the YouTube system is always changing.
I had not really had the time.
Okay. I mean, you've had the time. And I do want to ask, because we had a whole argument about this earlier. You saying that I was looking to try and get your social security, what was that all about?
You were asking for my private email.
No, I was asking for the Gmail account connected to the Doodletones channel, and I was telling you...
You said email, and then I specified private email. You said you deserve nothing.
No, I
have those
said...
on record.
I also have it on record since you left the fucking group chat, Suzy, if you want to play that game. Because I'm looking at it right now, and I say, Lio and I literally said we did not want that. We were not looking for your private information. I was also telling you repeatedly that we were looking for you to scrub your information from that email, move it over to a different one, transfer all the personal stuff over to something else. But I guess you're illiterate or something?
It's attached to my personal email. I
Make
don't
a
know
new
what
one.
God.
No retort to that. Interesting.
If
I know there's nothing I can say that will convince you that this is fucking extortion!
Okay, you're just being ridiculous. I'm not asking for any of your personal information, and I've made that extremely clear several times. You're just choosing to ignore it. That is on the record.
Cutting in here real quick, I want to make something clear. Neither Chuli or I were asking for her actual personal information. All we wanted was the channel and the data therein. We feel this tirade claiming extortion is just Suzy attempting to victimize herself. You can see what was requested in these DMs.
If I may bring something up, Suzy, is it the Doodletones account that you use for things like therapy? For that email?
That one was attached to that email, yes.
Okay, so I think I understand a bit of the miscommunication there. Handing over the account, that's the one where Suzy would communicate for things like medical issues.
No, I'm completely aware of that. My answer to that is change the fucking email that you go through all that stuff for.
But, like, you have your past email communication still saved into the inbox.
Okay, then just delete those emails.
You can make an alternate email and then pass the account onto that email, so that is detached from your personal information if Suzy was really concerned about that.
That's what I was trying to do. I was trying to put the Doodletones account onto a different Google account that I was going to pass to Lio. That's what I was going to do, but you have to wait 7 days before you can make that a full transaction over. That's what I was trying to do. But when I asked for clarification, Chuli had just said that they wanted my email, which is
No, I asked why you didn't decide to just send the email over after scrubbing all your personal information. And you acted as though I was still asking for your personal information, when in the recorded call, Lio and I both directly say that we aren't looking for your personal information. We tell you, you can scrub that shit.
Channel, yeah? But not the email.
Oh, okay. You're just actually technically illiterate.
If I could offer a perspective, Suzy, this is like an email that like a lot of your you get emails from like everything that you are signed into, like you have an accounts on, right? Like if you have like Disney Plus, like you get those. If you have like old accounts, you get those.
Yeah.
How long have you had this email?
Since 2011.
Okay.
Since the channel was like actually probably further back than that.
So for clarification's sake, that would be a lot of potential stuff to go over. Like I know how much stuff is connected to my personal emails. That would be a lot of stuff to have to go over. And like even outside of the accounts that are currently in use, the stuff that she's like currently getting emails for, if there are accounts that are just like not being used as frequently and she doesn't remember them, she would inherently kind of lose access to those accounts if she didn't think to immediately switch them over. That would take time, and there would be like an inherent risk of her missing out on things and then missing out on potentially really important stuff. Like I've got like my insurance stuff attached to my email. If somebody asked me to go in and like give them my email, and I didn't think to transfer that would be a big problem for me. Inherently, I could see that being a big problem.
My answer to that is that I have no sympathy for that, because I actually just went ahead and created 2 new emails, personal and business, to update from the old personal and business that I had. And I spent days going through and changing all that stuff. And I didn't let a predator back into a community with children in it, while having access to a ton of data about that community. I simply have no sympathy. You're going to have to get it from someone else.
There is actually something else. Suzy, you had a week to transfer those emails over, so you could have looked through your email and
I was
just...
trying to transfer the channel over because that's what Lio and I had came down to an agreement on.
Suzy, what I'm getting at, though, is that in that week before, while you had to wait, you could have made the transfer for your other accounts. Not your Google. Like, if you were attached to a certain website, you could have made that transfer or gone through your emails to see what you need to switch over. That's what I'm saying.
Lio and I came to an agreement that it was just going to be the one channel, which is easy enough to do. I was able to switch it over, since it was a brand account, I was able to switch it over, or not necessarily switch it over, but like connect it to a second Google account that I was going to switch over when the week passes, because you have to have that thing set as a co-owner for a week. That is how that works. I was literally trying to comply with giving the channel over. I was not willing to comply with giving my email.
If it was discussed between Julia and Lio, I think it's best to let them speak on this matter, then I'm going to mute.
Okay. Okay, the thing is, even taking that into account, what sticks in my craw is this. There were several hours between you sending me the message about your account and me waking up and responding, and you sat here and told me you haven't even really looked into it. See, if I was on the receiving end, even not even... What do you mean you haven't had time, Suzy? What time? You don't have a job. What is it that you've been doing?
I've been kind of taken out of the house for a lot of things. I've had to run errands or go to the store and stuff like that. I haven't really had the time. I'm sorry.
You haven't had 10 minutes? Because it doesn't take long to look it up. Now, if you had tried and they just... If you had tried and genuinely could not get it out, that's another matter altogether, but you didn't even try. That's what bothers me. Because if I were in your position, I'd be scrambling, frankly.
I think what Lio's getting at here is an underlying issue that we've kind of noticed looking into everything, and also with the Horus stuff, and also in this call, is that you have some kind of wildly fucked up priorities.
Perhaps I do.
And you...
I'm not going to deny that.
You make a lot of assumptions off of stuff and run on those assumptions when you know you've been in several calls talking about how that's not the way to do things, yet you'll sit here and assume that the channel is better off deleted, so you're not going to do anything with it. Not bothering to run that by anyone.
I also find that it's very inconsistent to say that you kept certain things because of its memories. And you said you've had 14 years of memories from that channel and that you felt bad about it being deleted. But yet still, you didn't have any compulsion or urgency, or as Lio said, scrambling to try to get it back despite you trying to say that it was important to you.
May I add something here?
Yes, but
All
let's
right,
not
sure,
belabor the
might
point.
as
We're kind
well.
of getting we're getting long on the
Of course.
tooth on this specific topic, so please close it out.
I was just going to say, Susie, how come you have more emotion about an account being transferred rather than rather than me asking a question to you about whether you knew someone was vulnerable after their assault? Nothing,
I
huh?
mean, I've been. You guys are really not letting me answer here.
Yeah, you guys need to let her answer. Like jumping immediately. I warned you guys before. We're not doing that here. Knock it off.
Okay.
Anyway, as for the emotion, admittedly, it might be. Do I have the voice changer on? That might be it. Because I know a lot of people seem to think that I didn't show a lot of emotion in my videos up until I was at a breaking point. I was made aware of that. I think it was because of a Reddit post that I stumbled upon. The voice changer doesn't show emotion a lot, and I know it doesn't. But I have been sitting here kind of shaking a lot, trying to, not, well up in tears, because I know the minute I start welling up in tears, nothing is going to get answered, nothing is going to get done. But I know sometimes the voice changer can kind of muddy that.
It's a non-point because
I
part
was
of the
about to
issue
say.
is. Go ahead.
Susie, I've used the same one as you. And
I guess you're just more naturally emotive. But I have been shaking here trying not to break down. I don't know what you're trying to read into here, but I would appreciate it if you didn't.
uh-huh.
I'm not putting priorities over whether or not the channel is more important than people's assault here. That's not what I'm doing.
My apologies then. It just read as that.
All right, can we move on from this point, please?
Yes.
Because I'm going to segue into something tangential, but not about this, because I'm kind of tired of talking about the account and yada yada yada. I am still going to ask you to please actually look into seeing if you can recover the doggone thing, because frankly, it's been 24 hours now.
And I will see what I can do.
Anyway, we'll see. Anyways, there is unfortunately a larger problem with that. The other day, we pulled Space Guru into a call because we did notice a very particular pattern that happened in your server specifically. I want you to tell me, before she was outed in 2023 as a groomer, what did Rachel Kohai get excluded from the group for? What did you excommunicate her over?
She chose to excommunicate herself.
Okay, why?
She didn't like.
What was you guys' main issue?
One, she didn't like Guru, so she left on that accord. And two, at the time, she was kind of dealing with her coming out, and I've not exactly been secretive about how not very supportive of that I was at the time.
It's my understanding that
Well,
she also
she
did a
didn't-
lot of backbiting behind the scenes. Is that accurate?
Yes, but at that point, we weren't excommunicating her. We didn't start excommunicating her until, again, she excommunicated herself.
Okay. Is the main conflict and the reason your two groups hated each other because of her trash talk behind the scenes and how she treated people verbally?
Yeah, a lot of people talked about how Rachel treated others behind the scenes, and it really kind of opened my eyes as to how she had treated me over the years.
Okay. The problem here is that people from Rachel's camp had apparently come out previously about grooming or other forms of abuse, and they were disregarded because, well, they're annoying and they're part of Rachel's group. And one of the consistent patterns I have seen in your spaces is that you and people in there, in order of importance to your community and how you react to it, you rate people who are quote unquote annoying higher than people who put children in active danger. Are you familiar with this? Are you aware of this pattern?
I can't say I was, but I'm willing to hear you out.
Well, we have the comparisons to child groomers and rapists that should never have happened in general. You can just say somebody's annoying without comparing them to monsters if they are not monsters themselves. We have the way that some of Rachel's previous members were treated simply when they were around Rachel, because I will explain this to you very directly. If you treat people in a cult of personality like they're the enemy because they're in that cult inherently, you're never going to help them. You're never going to get them out of there. All you're going to do is further isolate them and pull them into the grips of whomever they are trying to essentially be around. And I've seen your community do that, and I've seen you head that as well.
Yes, I mean,
And-
I know I have probably, yes.
Okay.
Sit here and
Then I'm
deny
gonna move
it.
on to some
If
other-
you guys have evidence.
We have a lot of it, and it's
Alright.
very unsettling. I'm going to move into the next ones. Why did you not tell me about the crap that was happening in Cloud Palace and all the threads on different people there?
What do you mean?
Why did you never inform me about how Cloud Palace truly operates in terms of how it talks about people?
Yes, I simply just didn't think about it. I was much more worried about how the NSFW part of the server was treated, because that was like a much more immediate issue in my mind.
It certainly is an important one that we will be delving into, but your server is a nightmare from top to bottom. I'll just be blunt.
how I understand.
I've seen less horrific statements in Vlad's server. Gilded Pooh's server isn't as deranged as yours is. To be blunt. Okay, so moving on. Last year, you were fully informed as best as we could about what happened in the FCK. So, why was Nezzy on your end not properly looked into early to mid last year? Why just mindlessly back them? Or mindlessly back them, I guess is the question.
You know the answer to that one, Lio.
I want it on record. That's why I'm asking you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, the answer is, like, while we were in a call with Teddy and Nezzy, Teddy directly stated that Nezzy was more innocent in that chat than we all found out that he was.
Why is it when it came to the Heaton Truly thing, you never looked into any of it directly yourself? Because that happened well before, well, you left, honestly.
Admittedly, as I have also stated to Chuli, I just kind of figured Chuli never really liked me, so I just kind of kept my distance. And then I
Even if
guess,
somebody
you know,
does-
when you have, and then I guess when you have like Avi and Eaton and Yoon, I guess, in your ear telling you that Chuli is a, you know, a harder person to deal with, or you know, is a bad person. Obviously, you're gonna kind of grow more attached to that belief than otherwise. I don't know. Does that make sense?
Here's the thing. Yes and no, but here's the problem. I had those same people in my ear. Because the thing is, it didn't require me to help Chuli in this. It just required one person with an ear and an eye to just look at this and realize how screwed up it was. And if Heaton and et al. Are in your group and they are being accused of something that horrific, you might want to look into it. I mean, sometimes you may not inherently have the time, and it might take the back burner. I can understand that, but to just blindly and deafly not pay any heed to it, I do not understand that, especially when you had threads in your server actively going on about it. It's horrific what the people in your community have had to go through. And I'm sorry they had to deal with it. Now, I'm going to ask you another series of questions here. Just one moment. There's something I need to do first. There we go. Here's your chance to be honest. And I mean genuinely honest right now. You understand me?
I mean, I tried to be honest with you guys up to this point.
What all have you lied about when
All
it
right.
comes to Akumu that he's come at you about? Because I already do know that for some reason, for a long time, you denied even being involved in the diaper fetish. I don't know why you lied about that. I'm not here to harp inherently on that. But if you're willing to lie about that, what else have you lied about in response to Akumu?
I mean, I've never denied being involved in, like, diaper fetish stuff. I just say that I'm not sexually attracted to it.
Susie, your friends actively
I'm not-
defended you about how you are not inherently involved in the diaper fetish. Yes, you did.
I've never stated otherwise, I don't think. If I have,
Then why
I've
did so many
probably
of you-
gone back on it.
Then why are your friends in previous videos talking about how they don't know if you did?
I don't know, but I've been pretty open about my, you know, relationship with fetishism and stuff. Even as far back as the Medicare video. Hell, before the Medicare video. I don't understand that. But as for what I have gone on record against Akumu of, I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of things in the FCK video that we wound up realizing were not true, or that just weren't true to begin with. There was a point. This wasn't exactly intentional, and I was in the comment section at the time, coming to the realization that that is what happened. But there was a point in time in the video where I put Akumu's screenshot of me coming back to a roleplay, and I said that I couldn't find the evidence myself of where that was. It turns out I just overlooked the read more button, so I guess that could be considered a lie. Let's see. There was the point where I tried to say that Akumu didn't go to Teddy about their situation. That apparently wasn't true. I'm sure there's more that I'm missing. Those are the only ones that are coming to mind, but I'm sure there's more.
Very well. There's not too much I can press you on there because it's not like I have data in front of me. Small Bean, were you going to ask him a question? I don't know if you got the chance to.
Yes, hello. That's me. I'm Small Bean. Sorry, I had this written down. Give me just a moment. So I wasn't in any of the other calls. This is the only call I've been in. So forgive me if this was something that was touched on previously. I'm just curious, I guess. As you stated pretty far back in the call now, you've been, and this has been pretty public, you've introspected a lot about your actions and place in the community in the past, while all of this stuff in Cloud Palace was happening behind the scenes. So my question was highlighting the issues you chose to highlight publicly in the apology videos while doing what you were doing behind the scenes, like a deliberate obfuscation or an attempt to represent yourself differently publicly than you did behind the scenes?
I just have skewed priorities. I was introspecting on the wrong things. It's really what it comes down to.
And then, was there a conscious decision made to present yourself differently in your videos than you did in your own server?
That one I will say, yeah, there was a bit of a conscious effort for it. Because as I said, I know that I'm very, like, quick to anger. I don't really have the patience of a saint that some people have said that I do. So I do try to, I try not to show that side too often in videos. So there definitely was a conscious effort for it. Oh, did I cut out? Oh.
You're able
You
to
did
be
not cut out
heard.
on our end.
Lio, you're being abducted by aliens. Mute, please.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so there was a thing for that. Same goes for, like, the cruelty side of things. In 2017, 2018, I was a lot more cruel in my content, and I didn't really gel with it. But I guess, you know, that didn't change how I was behind the scenes, so. But yes, there was a conscious effort to you know, be less destructive in my videos.
Alright, that was my only question. Thank you.
Alright, so I'm going to try to wind some of this down because we've been here for over 2 hours now. I think everybody else has gotten whatever questions that are of actual importance out of the way for the most part.
I just want to tack on one more name to the list of exports that I'm requesting. I also was reminded of Nezzy.
Nezzy? Okay.
Prepared to see a lot of crying, and that's about it.
So,
anyways.
just... I was about to say, just...
You'll be linked to Google Doc for the requests made of you if you're worried about rattling something off right now.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. You got the thing hidden for that. She's the one keeping track of it, thankfully. Okay, so... Man. There's nothing about this that I enjoy, to be honest with you. Because I was hoping that somebody within my circles who made it very clear that they wanted to help hold people accountable and do good within this community would be consistent. And so far, the people who have done it actively, not just been support behind the scenes, but done it actively, I have yet to find one person that was reliable. And you're just the latest one.
Sorry.
I do not know what freaking demon is infesting this community to make this all so doggone worthless, but I'm very genuinely frustrated by all of this. Because what really irks me is the entire time I was helping you clean up your community, you knew that video was sitting on your doggone channel.
I didn't realize that it had the problems it did.
Suzy, you spent 2 years convincing your community that he's not a groomer. 2 years. That would be like me magically forgetting what Peaches put me through. I'm sorry, but no.
Okay. That's fair.
This all combined with the horrific things we have seen just from a cursory glance. It hasn't even been dug into. This is a cursory glance of what's in your server. I don't know how this community got as rotten and vile as it did. But I want to be clear to everybody else in here. And I've said this before, I'll say it again. This is your community's one chance of a come to Jesus moment. If you guys do not shape up, I'm going to nuke every person in this community if I need to. Because here's the thing. I'm going to go ahead and put this out here. Donnie's on that list too. Because they've said some screwy things in that server too. And I'm not going to accept any, well, he has trauma for this one. That excuse is done and over with. Dusted. And I don't care how many of you that pisses off. Feel free to come at me whenever you feel the chance to. I'm tired of this. I am genuinely tired of all of you here who are adults, who are in that server or in this community, winking and just being fine with these types of horrific actions and treating people who are quote-unquote annoying literally worse than predators have been treated in this community. Now, I've calmed down quite a bit in the past while. I'm on some decent medication. But you guys are about to have me wilding out if this keeps up. And I don't want to have to be in that position again. Don't force me to be. Suzy, I hope you get that channel back and running. And I hope you're able to get people what they need here. I'm going to ask you for a specific export as well. I'm not going to sit here and harp on you too hard as long as you give me the stuff that's been needed so far. I am furious, despite my very calm tone currently, because I've had an entire week to temper it. This has been asinine, this has been thoughtless, and it has been cruel. This community cannot go on about how much it values people and cares about victims and does this. At this point, the only survivors of that doggone cloak and dagger call are essentially Ellie and I. Every other person who tried to wave a moral flag in that has either been dusted as worse or as bad as the people they took out. You know, I understand some forms of venting. To a point. But there is some genuinely deranged things in that server. And if we had found it in anybody else's server, Suzy, you and others would have wanted these people hung by their toes and hit with sticks until candy came out of them like a piñata. I do not know how you could, oops, I forgot all of this. I'm sorry, I don't. You guys, despite being, what, 50 people at any given time in that server, you guys just would not shut up. I do not buy the I didn't know it was that bad. How could you not know it was that bad? I just don't get it.
Perhaps delusion? Perhaps I'm just numb to it. I don't know. I mean, realistically, this community has been this way for a while, so it could just all have been very normalized
Suzy,
to me.
I can't buy that.
That's fair. I'm
the reason
bringing
why I
it up
can't
as
buy
a...
that, I'm telling you why I can't buy it.
Okay.
Because you always remember your pain. You always remember when people have wronged you. You'll always remember the Nekokotas and the V Omegas and the Ephroms that were annoying to you. That was your main concern with them, is that they were annoying and obnoxious. I'm not saying that to rope in Ephron with a predator. I'm saying that as it's always your doggone focus. You'll remember that. You won't see how your actions affect other people. It's something children learn.
It's merely bringing it up as a suggestion. I don't really know why my priorities are as screwed as they are.
I've seen delusion. This is not delusion. This is willful. This is malice. You guys acted like absolute monsters because you didn't think you'd get caught. That's what that was. And I will not accept anything short of that, because that is not what reality is leading me to. I'm sorry, but it's not.
No, that's fair. That is a good answer.
What you need to do is you need to get your GED and you need to get a job. Not
I
come
agree.
back online and get a community or whatever this other nonsense is. I don't even know why somebody asked you, frankly, what going forward your platform's going to be, because who cares? You shouldn't have one at this point. And I've sat there. Here's my problem. I have sat here and I have defended you on some things. I have given you a lot of grace, a lot of room, much to the chagrin of many, many other people. Much to the chagrin of many other people. But now I have you treating Linolin and other children absolutely horrendously. Then I have you magically not remembering the FCK stuff. Then I have you defending George. This is too much of, I don't know, and I forgot. I don't buy it. Because you can remember commentaries from almost a decade ago and members from it, but you can't remember that you spent 2 years getting your community to warn out somebody who was accused of grooming. It was factual, by the way. I don't understand you.
I literally said like a week ago that I played defense for George. Like I don't know where this is coming. This idea. I don't know where this idea.
My point isn't that you forgot. My point isn't that you forgot that you played defense. My point is that you magically between 2021 and last Sunday forgot that you did that.
I didn't.
My point.
Forget.
It wasn't. Then you knew it while you were helping me. Actually, more so, I was helping you root these other freaks out. You didn't forget. You remembered it.
Oh, you're talking about like what's in. Okay, you're gonna have to run this by me again. I think I've gotten my wires crossed. Like, over the course of the week, I have said, over the course of the week, I earlier said, like, when all of this came out, that I ran for defense for George. Because I thought he was innocent. And you're saying that I forgot between the week, or?
I'm saying
like, I'm
at
genuinely
no
not
point
understanding.
in the back of your. No, I'm saying at no point in the back of your mind for the almost 3 years I was helping you in this community, you at no point remembered or brought up this nonsense.
Oh,
That's what you've been trying to sell me on.
Oh, okay. Alright. I thought you were talking about within the week. My bad. I'm not trying to be obtuse about it. I'm genuinely sorry. I misunderstood.
Well, you're not trying, you're succeeding. But it's whatever. Again, this is going to be the last big call we're ever going to have with you. So at this point, there's no point in correcting it. Like, you've had years. The sad thing is, Susie, if you had come to me or anybody about this 2-3 years ago and gotten it properly sorted, recognized the screw up you did, maybe we'd be in a different position here, but we're not. And the one thing is you're really lucky about is that this is happening now and not 2 years ago. Because it actually would have been awful for you. This is probably the most calm call I've had about something this absolutely awful. Because unfortunately the problem is so big, I have to do what a teacher does, and I have to curve grading for the entire doggone class. This community has treated grooming like it's a freaking joke. What the pain and suffering children went through and turned it into a punchline or some easy way to needle somebody who's just annoying. Got plenty of people who have been annoying in my life. I never felt the need to go down to a horrible level and compare them to child predators because somehow I just forgot they were child predators because I just remember them as being annoying. I don't understand this. Like, what's it gonna take for you and a lot of other people in this room to actually grow up? Because this is ridiculous. I shouldn't be the one coming in here and fixing all this, frankly. I'm trying to think if there's anything else we need to cover. Susie, you were given a lot of grace. More than a lot of other people would in general. And your response to that was to squander it in the most foolish of ways possible. Because before all this, I was hoping maybe you could come back and just do things you enjoy doing. Maybe not be the figurehead of a community, but just talk about your goofy little things, because, you know, whatever. Even the people who you had wronged just wanted you to spend some time offline. It had been over a year at this point. And they didn't even say for you to forsake being around your friends. They just said don't be on your platforms. Reasonable. So I was hoping you'd be able to come back, frankly, because I figured maybe you'd find some fulfillment. And you have taken any of that and you've dashed it aside. And the sad thing is you did it years ago and I didn't even know. And now I feel like I have to babysit every single human being around me because clearly if I don't, they do the dumbest of possible things. And then, oops, forget that they did it. I'm tired.
Sorry to have wasted your time.
Is there anything else that needs to be covered here that I'm not remembering? Because it is getting late in the day. Okay. We'll get the list of requests to her. I'm still in contact. And I will be until everything's handed over properly. All right. You're dismissed, Susie.
Alright. Everyone.
After this call, everyone was given what they requested. I even passed Leo's reaction to Susie's apology directly to Susie. She chose to leave without a word acknowledging it. I honestly can't express how disgusting it is to find out that someone who claimed to care about victims, who helped run awful people out, was doing all of this. It's clear to me why I wasn't ever brought into Cloud Palace. The culture there would have been lit on fire if I was. If you're wondering why I'm not going into great detail, that's because Chuli's working on a longer edited video that'll go into said detail. I'm just the forerunner in this to get the calls out. I will ask the audience to control their baser instincts and not run to random videos Susie was in to comment. Let her former friends have some time to digest this and for the info to spread. Personally, I'm tired. I guess I figured the people beside me who claim to have similar values to me would have that internal consistency, that they genuinely did these things out of a sense of responsibility. But apparently not. I'll survive though, and so will the other people in this. I am sad though with the realization that I've now ran off, or helped run off, two people Medicare even couldn't. I'm not sure how to feel about that. But I appreciate Chuli's candor, fire, and willingness to edit these calls so I can upload them. I've got more work to do, so I'll get back to it now. Please give your support to the victims who were forced into silence for so long. Links to one of their videos is in the description. Take care.